Good morning, everyone. Welcome to our ordinary meeting of council for the month of July. A very warm welcome today to our new CEO, Sal Procedural, OAM. Sal, welcome very much to you. We do appreciate you joining the team and in a new era for Toowoomba Regional Council, and we acknowledge the fact that you've come on board at a time for great opportunity for our region, and that was certainly something that resonated with councillors during the process of interviews. And we have, of course, welcomed a new General Manager for Planning in Ed Johnson as well over the last little while, so welcome to you as well, Ed. Do appreciate you joining the team as well. As I say, Sal, on behalf of all of us here, welcome to you and welcome to Michelle as well into our region, and we look forward to you playing a pivotal role in the future of our council and our community. So thank you very much. Do appreciate you being here. Councillors, welcome to you all as well. This meeting is open to the public and will be live streamed. I'd like to thank all of those in the room who have joined us today and those that are watching online, and acknowledge our former acting CEO, Mike, who will be doing some presenting today, given Sal has been in the role for less than 25 hours. And therefore, Mike, appreciate you doing some of those things for us as acting CEO when you were. So thank you to you, GMs and other officers in the room. And we also have a very special deputation coming up as well very soon, and I'll introduce that when we get to that point in time. But councillors, I do begin by acknowledging the Aboriginal parties whose songlines traverse these lands we meet on today, the Western Waka Waka, the Guyabal, Jarrawa and Bigabal peoples. Pay respects to their elders past, present and emerging, for they hold the knowledge, rich traditions and bold ambitions of Australia's first people. Councillors, there's also a couple of things that I would like to point out as we do each month in regard to values, and our values, of course, around accountability, safety, wellbeing, teamwork, honesty and respect. The first of which is external from council, and that is in fact an amazing achievement really by the Toowoomba Mountaineers women on the weekend, where they broke a 50-year drought, winning the Queensland State League Division 1 Basketball Championships, which was held at the Clydeberg Arena at St Mary's College. As I say, it was the Mountaineers' first senior women's title since 1975. And I can tell you that there was a lot of excitement in the arena on Saturday night. So congratulations to Matthew Cox, Captain Mia Stour, and all involved. So well done to the Toowoomba Mountaineers women. Yeah, good on you. They certainly did demonstrate strong teamwork, I have to say. It was brilliant, as did the crowd. They were very animated. It was very good to see. The second is an internal values moment, and it occurred on Friday, the 26th of June at 5:30 in the evening, 5:30 p.m. Water and waste plumbers were called to a water main burst on the corner of Bridge and McGregor Streets, Wilsonton. By 7:30, a couple of hours later, the team had encountered further issues during their repair, and while isolating the burst, a second burst had occurred further along the same pipe. Staff then had to isolate further to the west along Bridge Street, which then isolated the McDonald's restaurant and several residents. Water to the residents and McDonald's restaurant was attempted to be temporarily restored, but the existing valve on the corners of Bridge and McGregor Streets were found to be leaking. This not only meant the crews were not able to isolate and connect a temporary supply, but had to manage water leaking into the areas they were attempting to repair. Keeping in mind this is now 7:30 in the evening. The team worked in crews of 2 and 3s with plumbers, labourers and plant operators, and in shifts throughout the night, managing fatigue until the water services were restored to all affected properties at approximately 6:30 a.m, 11 hours, so 12 hours later on the Saturday morning. At the end of the works, 16 metres of pipe had been replaced, 10 metres under the road in McGregor Street, and 6 metres in the road verge, in the road verge on Bridge Street in front of the McDonald's restaurant. So I'm sure councillors would agree, and the community should know, that in times of disaster or need, as such that we saw on that evening, on the 27th of last month, that our council team, who work around the clock, were there to act swiftly and correct the problem. So thank you to the following staff who worked to ensure these critical services were restored as soon as possible. To James Donnelly, who's the foreman, Cameron Englart, Jamie Bass and Joshua Horn, all plumbers, labourers James Beck and Bryce Freeman, and the plant operator William Kelly. And also thank you to the residents and the McDonald's team for having patience during that time as well. It does take a community effort when those things happen. So today is a values moment to the water and waste plumbers and their teams for acting swiftly on that. So Jake, if you could pass that message on, we would appreciate it. So thank you as an example. Good on you. Thanks, Jake. So councillors, we then move to the reception of deputations or delegations by appointment. Today, as I mentioned earlier, a very special guest, Bishop Ken Howe of the Catholic Diocese of Toowoomba. St Patrick's Cathedral restoration project is the subject. Now, Bishop Ken is joined by Erin Keogh O'Shea, who is the Fundraising Development Manager, and Lauren Russell, who's the Property Coordinator. In fact, it was last Friday or Thursday I caught up with Bishop Ken on a number of matters, and that was a day before his second year in the role, celebrating 2 years, Ken, as the 7th Bishop of Toowoomba. So looking forward to hearing about this project and welcome you to the lectern. Thanks, Bishop Ken, appreciate it.
Thank you very much, Mayor McDonald, and councillors. It's a delight for me to be able to be with you this morning and to share some things about our wonderful Diocese of Toowoomba. As the Mayor said, I'm here now 2 years, and I've had the honour of meeting some of you as those years have unfolded. Of course, our diocese, as I like to tell everyone, is a little bigger than Toowoomba. The Toowoomba Diocese is 488,000 square kilometres, and if I travel out to Charleville, I've only got halfway across the diocese, so it keeps me in the car a fair bit. But my focus today, as Mayor said, is St Patrick's Cathedral, and I thank you for receiving me so that I might be able to give you some information about a project that we believe is deeply significant to our city. We have begun the process of the restoration of St Patrick's, which is very much a cornerstone of the Toowoomba's spiritual and I also believe cultural heritage. St Patrick's Cathedral has long stood as a place of worship, also of unity and of community, of faith and of life. And the original nave of the cathedral was completed towards the end of the 1880s, and at that stage it was St Patrick's Parish Church. Then with the appointment of a bishop and the creation of a diocese in 1929, the church became St Patrick's Cathedral. And Bishop Byrne, our first bishop, then in the Depression times, courageously set about raising funds to complete St Pat's with the addition of the apse and the transepts. Now if I can get the technology working. Right. So now we approach the centenary of the Diocese of Toowoomba in 2029. It is a fitting time then to adopt a comprehensive restoration process to ensure that this sacred space continues to inspire and serve future generations. The restoration is being carried out in accordance with the Queensland Heritage Act of 1992, and I'm pleased to report that significant progress has already been made. Foundation repairs have stabilised the structure, the roof has been restored, and ventilation dormers that were removed in the 1970s have been replaced. The exterior stonework, under strict guidance from Heritage, has been carefully cleaned and repaired. And I'm sure if you've been in St Pat's or if you've driven past, you will notice the change. And I just can point some of that out now, showing that the stone, which had been coated with a sealant back in the 70s, which was totally the wrong thing to do, and made the stone go rather milky, has gradually been removed, and also the sandstone has been cleaned as well. So I think you'll agree that it almost looks like a brand new cathedral with that kind of work that's happened there. So the project is being delivered in 5 key phases with completion targeted by the end of 2028. We have 5 phases of this particular project. Phase 1 is the completed works including floor levelling, roof repairs, external stonework restoration, and a detailed scoping study. Phase 2 is currently underway. This phase focuses on the cathedral's historic lead-light windows, some dating back to the 1880s. Many of these windows are damaged or missing and will be restored or replaced by skilled artisans. I'll just show you some realities of the windows. So the ones on the left are what the original 1880 windows were, and just inside the front door. They kept them as a tribute to the first part of the cathedral. Then the windows on the right are typical of the entire building, and these were done in the 1930s when the extension was added to the cathedral, and most of them were all replaced. Unfortunately, they were post-depression. They didn't have the resources to make them very well, and unfortunately most of the windows are in a state of needing to be totally replaced. We have a situation where some of them have been removed, and that is what we've been left with. And of course, with lead-light windows, the lead deteriorating is one of the significant things, and that just shows there windows where the lead is significantly deteriorated and needs to be replaced. Also, in this second phase, we'll repair the doors or replace them and restore them to what they would have originally been when the cathedral was first built. Phase 3 will deliver master planning and the creation of a dedicated space for the congregation to gather after services on our beautiful lawns at the cathedral. And I think that'll be a vital enhancement to our community engagement. It's gone. Can somebody push the button to the next slide? Right. Phase 4 will address internal works, needing to be done, including plaster repairs and lighting upgrades to improve both aesthetics and functionality. And phase 5 will ensure the long-term conservation of the cathedral through a new conservation management plan and scheduled maintenance, which is vitally important. As I said, the cathedral has 172.89 square metres of lead-light windows, and it's estimated that it's going to cost at least $2.5 million to replace those windows. So I guess that underscores the scale and the care required to preserve something of the heritage. So the initial works have been funded by the Catholic Diocese of Toowoomba, the external works and the flooring, reflecting our commitment to this important undertaking. However, to complete the remaining phases, we are actively seeking donations and grant funding. We believe this is a project that deserves broad support from individuals, organisations, and all levels of government. Council's involvement, I think, is important. We respectfully ask for your advocacy in conversations with community members, stakeholders, and other levels of government. Your voice will help raise awareness of the cathedral's significance and the importance of its preservation. So together we can ensure that St Patrick's stands renewed, ready to welcome, inspire, and serve our community for generations to come. And as I conclude, can I just offer to you, Mayor McDonald, and to all the councillors the opportunity to be shown around the cathedral at some stage. We'd be honoured to be able to give you some sense of what we need to do, and just to show you some of the beauty in the place, as well as the areas that need careful restoration. And I think that your presence at some stage would mean a great deal to us and to all those who hold the cathedral close to their hearts. So thank you very much for your time, your support, and your commitment to preserving Toowoomba's heritage.
Thank you very much, Bishop. Do appreciate that. You're comfortable to take some questions?
Sure.
Thank you.
I'm
Any
used to
questions, councillors or comments? No questions? Councillor Trevor?
Bishop, thank you for your report, update. How much is the whole restoration going to cost or could cost?
Well, that's a very good question. We're trying to get to the bottom of that question, I must say, but I think we've spent $1.5 million just doing the outside. So the interior will need, as usual, painting and restoring places where plaster is loose. Lighting upgrade is a significant part. The lighting technician came the other day and said, "How much do you think this might cost?" It's one of those things. If you want to do it properly, we want to do it properly, but it could be in the vicinity of at least $4 million, I would think. I'm always conservative in my numbers. 5 to 6 is coming from
Any
the
advance
floor.
on 5 to 6? Okay. You'll go 5 to 7? Yeah. Good question. The lead light alone, $2.5 million. That's enormous. Councillor Carroll, did you...
Thank you, Mr Mayor. I just wanted to say thank you, Bishop Ken, and how wonderful the outside of the cathedral looks, and had lots and lots of course it's my church, but lots of comment from the public about the difference, because they could see when it was happening. You've got the photographs there, but you could see the part that hadn't been done and the one that had. And on James Street, so many travellers going through, it has made such a difference.
Yes.
Now that it's done, you really can't remember what it looked like, but it has made enormous difference. So.
We're very fortunate to have the cathedral in such a prominent position in the city, so I do think it's such a significant building to the city. Thank you, Councillor Taylor.
Very good. Thank you. If there's no further questions, on behalf of all of us, and I'm sure the broader community, thank you for your stewardship of this building, because it takes a lot to maintain buildings of this nature. And it's not without its challenges, that's for sure. So I'm sure you're coming across a number of those every time you discover something new. So we do appreciate it. It's a strong commitment, and wherever we can as individuals or as a council to advocate for funding, we'll certainly do what we can. And the offer to have a look through and get a better understanding may just help that advocacy as well. So I appreciate the invitation.
Great.
Bishop Ken, thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, and thank you, Lauren. Thank you, Erin. Do appreciate it. Round of applause. Well done. There you go, James. Yeah, of course, the three of you can feel free to stay if you like, but I'm sure you've got other things to do, Bishop, so do appreciate it. Thank you very much indeed. Councillors, we then move to item number 3 on the agenda, which is the attendance, including leave of absence, granting leave of absence and declarations of conflicts of interest. First of all, of course, we have no apology, so thank you for your attendance. Granting leaves of absence. Councillors, is there any leave of absence that anyone would like to put forward at this point? If not, then we will then move to prescribed conflicts of interest in the first case, of which we don't have any that have been notified. We then move to declarations of declarable conflicts of interest. And Councillor Gary, you are the first, and then we go to Councillor Rebecca.
In relation to item 15.1, I request that it be minted that I declared a declarable conflict of interest in relation to item number 12.4 of the ordinary meeting of Council the 28th of May 2024. Item number 12.4, Toowoomba City Airdrome, and of my decision to leave the meeting while the matter was discussed and voted on. As relevant circumstances have not changed, I will leave the meeting while the matter is discussed and voted on.
Thanks very much, Councillor Gary. Deputy Mayor, Councillor Rebecca.
Thanks, Chair. In relation to item number 15.1, I request that it be minuted that I declared a declarable conflict of interest in relation to item number 12.4 at the ordinary meeting of Council of the 28th of May 2024. Item 12.4, Toowoomba City Aerodrome, and of my decision to leave the meeting while the matter was discussed and voted on. As the relevant circumstances have not changed, I will leave the meeting while the matter is discussed and voted on.
Thanks very much, Councillor Rebecca. Councillors, I haven't been notified of any other declarable or prescribed conflicts of interest at this stage, but as is the case at each of these meetings and statutory meetings, if something does crop up, either you're concerned about for yourself or others, please raise that with me at the time. Councillors, we move then to item number 4, which is the confirmation of minutes. The first of which is the ordinary meeting of council on the 17th of June, and the motion is that the minutes of the ordinary meeting of council dated 17 June 2025 be confirmed. Have someone move those minutes? Moved by Councillor Tim, seconded by Councillor Trevor. Those in favour? Motion is carried. Our second confirmation of minutes is the special meeting of council dated the 18th of June 2025. The motion is that the minutes of the special meeting of council dated 18 June 2025 be confirmed. Moved by Councillor James, seconded by Councillor Carroll. Those in favour? Motion's carried. Now, Councillor Bill, you weren't at that, were you? That's fine. So we'll make that notice as well there, Deanne, in regard to both those, actually. That's right. Thank you. We then have our third confirmation of minutes, which was the special meeting of the 2nd of July. And the motion is that the minutes of the special meeting of council dated 2 July 2025 be confirmed. Someone move those. Moved by Councillor Kerry, seconded by Councillor Gary. Those in favour? Motion's carried unanimously. Thank you, councillors. Item number 5 is business arising out of the minutes of previous meetings. Anyone got any business arising? If not, we move to petitions. I have none notified for petitions. There's no petitions. Thank you, councillors. We then move to item 7, which is the mayoral minute, of which there is none today. There's no mayoral minute. We move to item 8, which is the reception and consideration of committee reports. First of which, councillors, is item 8.1, which is the Planning and Development Committee, of which there was one item, which was the Regional Development Statistics Report for May 2025. Would anyone like to pull that out for discussion? If not, the motion is that the report of the Planning and Development Committee dated 8 July 2025 be received and the recommendations therein be adopted. Moved by Councillor Tim, seconded by Councillor Kerry. Those in favour? Motion's carried unanimously. We move then to item 8.2, councillors, which is the Water and Waste Committee. There's two substantive items, the first of which is Southern Towns Water Supply Study, second of which is item 4, which is the Yarraman Sewerage Catchment Study. Would anyone like to pull either of those items out? If not, the motion is that the report of the Water and Waste Committee dated 8 July 2025 be received and the recommendations therein be adopted. Moved by Councillor Rebecca, seconded by Councillor Bill. Those in favour? Motion's carried unanimously. Move to item 8.3, councillors. No substantive items in that, so the motion is that the report of the Infrastructure Committee dated 8 July 2025 be received. Moved by Councillor Carroll, seconded by Councillor Edwina. Those in favour? Carried unanimously. Move then to item 8.4, which is the Environment and Community Committee. One substantive item, councillors, which will be pulled out and treated because there is a slight change which has been provided to councillors from the committee meeting to today. And the item is item 3, which is the review of terms of reference, Australia Day Coordinating Working Group and Australia Day Local Working Groups. Councillors, for transparency, I will note the only change, other than those that have been made to the attachment in the motion, is that attachment 5 is mentioned in the first item. That's the only change. That said, would anyone like to move the motion as it is or talk? Questions? Question? Councillor Carroll?
I do. Thank you, Mr Mayor. I do not want to vote against this motion, but I do want to speak on it, and I've had a lot of...
Councillor Carroll, would you like to move the motion?
So I...
And then you can speak to it.
Yes, thank you.
Okay?
I will move the motion.
So we'll move by
thank
Councillor
you.
Carroll, seconded by Councillor James. Councillor Carroll, happy for you to talk to the motion.
Thank you. I move this motion, but I do want to speak not against it, as I've moved it, but I do want to speak to encourage the many and varied communities in our region that they be given some autonomy in conducting their Australia Day celebrations. Now, I've had a word with the officers about this, and I believe it is their intention to do that, but I just want to pull it out so councillors understand they are their Australia Day celebrations, and they're there to recognise their local heroes. I'm unsure where the name of these local Australia Day committees changed to working groups, but I believe the change downplays the representation of these local communities and gives the impression that they are an arm of council, which I don't believe they should be. We should be there to encourage these local communities to celebrate their day and their local heroes in their own way, and they should be given a certain amount of autonomy to do that. I understand the need for compliance and the insurance purposes and the reasons for many of the things that we do, but I do understand that it's seen as not giving importance to these communities with their voice and having put up through those local communities the community's wishes and in which way that they want to celebrate their Australia Day. I believe it's everyone's intention that this happen, but I just feel the need to speak about this. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Carroll. Councillors, we have got a mover and a seconder. Does anyone like to speak against the motion? That being the case, Councillor James.
Yeah, thanks, Mayor. And I will accept if I'm pulled up on this because I'm voting for it, but I need to speak. I just need to probably just clarify a couple of points I think that Councillor Carroll raised just in regards to this. I think at the end of the day, they are Australia Day coordinated working groups under the arm of council. So I think that is important. Council funds them. Council, we have an extraordinary amount of council staff and time that goes towards making it happen. There are opportunities for communities if they wish to stage a bigger event to celebrate their community through Australia Day. And I'd have to say, in one instance, council, even through efforts of the mayor, staff are involved to assist towards groups being able to move towards having exactly as you've described, Councillor Carroll, that opportunity to work independently outside of council, because we know that again with council run or any of these run events, council is the one that's liable. Council is the one that carries the risk. Council is the one that is trying to do what is best for the most. So when it comes to celebrating those heroes, that is absolutely 100% no other agenda of what council wishes to do through these working groups. Exactly those words, to celebrate local heroes on a day of recognition of this country. So that's what this sits at. So I just think it's important that we put that into context. The situation around the changes that we have made here, and it was one of those suggestions through Councillor Carroll, again, it's about involvement of local community. So by asking or requesting that we have a minimum of 6 people involved in these committees is that opportunity where we are saying to community, we want every part of our community represented. We want individuals from right across the 13,000 square kilometres of this region to be involved and help to celebrate a national day of significance that is important to them and to their community. And I just want to add as well that item 2, just for a little bit of clarity around that situation as well, the situation that we have it as is vacating those positions. That is obviously a process that we need to go through because we are changing some of these terms of reference. For example, the suggestion that Councillor Carroll put forward of changing that 4 to 6. So therefore, we obviously then go out to expressions of interest, and exactly that, looking to have past existing committee members, new committee members that wish to be involved in this, to then have that equal opportunity to again be a part of something that's really special and worthy of consideration. So I just think, as I said, it's not voting against this, but I'm speaking against this because I just feel that we just need to put a bit of context for a few things. I agree with everything that Councillor Carroll is pushing for, but at the same time, we just need to be cognizant of the situation and just underline why we have these terms of reference. The terms of reference that we're putting in and the changes and updates to it is about better involvement of all community. That's why it's been done, to get the best representation, the best opportunity to celebrate those local heroes. So that's why I just want to speak. I said I know it's probably against through.
Well, as a seconder, I'm entitled to give you something to say. I think we're all in in pretty strong agreement about what we're trying to achieve. It may be just the interpretation of some wording. So I think we all agree where we're at. And I've sort of removed ourselves from debate there because I wasn't sure whether you're speaking against it or for it, but obviously some clarification is what you were seeking. Okay, so if there's no debate required, sum up. Well, I'm not sure whether Councillor James was speaking against it, actually.
Thank you, Mr Mayor, and I will sum up. I understand, I've been here for a long time. It has always been the case that these committees have been under the auspices of council, every single one of them, even prior to amalgamation. It has always been the case. The community relies on council for their celebrations, and that's the overarching, and we understand the need for all those things. But each celebration should be unique to the particular area and locality that it actually represents. And that's not talking about any events or anything else. I mean, we have in our overarching, I've discussed it and I'm quite comfortable, but I wouldn't like to see the overarching committee to change recommendations if there were not a good reason coming from these local committees. We want local people to be on them, but they need to feel that they're important and that their area is different and important, because they all are. So anyway, look, I think we're all on the same page, but I just do feel, I don't know why it's changed to working group. I have no idea, but I think it's a downgrading of those local committees, and I'd like to see us look towards changing it back to committee. I've had lots of comment from the community about that, and they feel that it doesn't recognise them as speaking for their community. So I think we're all on the same page. It's just a matter of words and how it's interpreted. So thank you very much.
Very good. So, councillors, we've got the motion before us. I'll put it to the vote. Those in favour? Unanimous. Thank you. Councillors, we move then to 8.5, which is Corporate Services Committee. And that is, there was one item there, which is the proposed motions for the 2025 Local Government Association of Queensland Annual Conference. Any requirement to pull that out? If not, the motion is that the report of the Community Services Committee dated 8 July 2025 be received and the recommendations therein be adopted. Moved by Councillor Bill, seconded by Councillor Tim. Those in favour? Motion's carried unanimously. We then move to item 8.6, which is the Economic Development Committee. There were no substantive items in the Economic Development Committee, so the motion is that the report of the Economic Development Committee dated 8 July 2025 be received. Moved by Councillor Edwina, seconder, Councillor Carroll. Those in favour? Motion's carried. Thank you. We then move to item 9, councillors, which is the monthly financial performance statement, and welcome General Manager of Corporate Services, Anne-Marie Johnson, to come forward and present the monthly financial performance statement for the period ending 30 June 2025. Welcome, Anne-Marie.
Good morning, councillors. I'm presenting the monthly financial performance statement for the period and financial year ending 30th of June 2025. And this is as required by Section 204 of the Local Government Regulation. The attachments to the report that has been provided are the consolidated financial performance statement, the key capital projects by group, disaster recovering funding, so the DRFA summary report, and the confidential monthly investment report. So as this is quarterly reporting, we've also included the sustainability statement and the capital works summary report. These reports provide council with the operating and capital outcomes for the financial year. So the first attachment is the consolidated financial performance statement for the whole of council. So overall, the result is a small operating surplus of 4 million. This is subject to end of financial year adjustments and the Queensland Audit Office audit of the statutory financial statements. Operating income came in on budget with a favourable variance of 1.2 million, or just less than 1%. I will provide just some commentary with items with a variance of 5% or more. So interest received, 696,000 or 6% over budget, as with more cash on hand than budgeted, and that's due to underspend in materials and services and delivery of capital works programme compared with the original adopted budget. Grants, subsidies, contributions and donations above budget due to timing and value of the financial assistance grant. So we 2.8 million or 50% of the 25-26 grant was received prior to the 30th of June. So this will impacting the financial year ending 30th of June 2025, but will also influence the current financial year. DRFA grants below budget by 5.7 million due to revenue adjustments and 2.6 million in the delay in the delivery of the January 2024 programme. So as we previously explained, these multi-year programmes are difficult to with the timing and the recognition principle. With operating expenditure, there's a favourable variance of 8.5 million or 2% below budget. So expense capital for prior years. So originally not budgeted at all. We brought on 3.9 million at budget review 2, with the actual result at 4.6 million or 672,000 over the revised budget. All projects are reviewed against the technical accounting treatment requirements, and expense capital values will occur and will vary year on year. DRFA expenditure below budget by 6.3 million or 9%, and again due to delays in the delivery of the January 2024 programme of works. So our sustainability measures, council controlled revenue. So we've discussed this revenue before. It's an important ratio and indicates council's ability to fund our core operations. No target has been set by the department, but actuals of 79.9% indicate a strong position. Operating surplus ratio, again, important ratio as it indicates how we are actually funding our core operations. So the department is looking for a range of between 0 and 10%, and although a 0.8% is low, in the low end of the range, it's a positive result. Cash ratio, again, 32% against the department's requirement of greater than 0%. We're moving on to the capital summary report. And again, overall, tracking to budget, our capital income with a variance of 860,000 or just 1%. Grant subsidies contributions below budget by 4.1 due to milestones that are required to be met before the income can be recognised. DRFA grant income, that you will note the capital programme has been fully delivered for the year, and this is reflected in the capital income. Contributed assets below budget by 1.8 million, and again it's challenging to estimate what works will come off maintenance during the period. Sale of assets above budget by 2.9 million, and there were multiple land sales that occurred after our last budget review. So overall, capital expenditure is tracking to budget with just a 2% variance or 3.2 million. However, there are some variants within the programme of work. So I think, councillors, we discussed these at length yesterday, and I'm happy to take any questions.
Thanks. Pardon me. Thanks very much, Anne-Marie. Any questions, councillors? Councillor Gary.
I have some questions I had on notice. I wanted to know the external and internal cost of the planning scheme to date as one of them.
Thanks, Councillor Gary, and thank you for providing that question on notice. So our records indicate that council has spent $8.8 million on the total costs since 1 July 2020 on the planning scheme. So 6.1 million external costs and 2.7 million internal costs. So the costs there have been costs incurred prior to that date, so over and above that 8.8 million. And with restructures and changes within the branch, the financial services team are currently working to ascertain what those additional costs are. So 8.8 million since 1 July 2020.
Okay.
Another question, Councillor Gary?
Yeah, I also had all costs associated with the development and application of SLL 1.15, external internal costs to date.
And the cost incurred are $217,000.
Okay. Got the OIA investigation cost to counsel of all investigations where I've been subjected to confidential matters with manager GLS to provide actual costs. Previous
That's $12,000.
and cost to external legal advice council received on conflict of interest matters involving Councillor Gary Gardner.
$16,000.
Thank you.
So, Councillor Gary, question-wise? Any questions, other questions? Councillor Tim and Councillor Kerry and Councillor Trevor.
Anne-Marie, good morning. Can I just, looking at the consolidated financial performance statement, congratulate you on having a positive operating surplus ratio after a particularly tough year. And I know it was a tough year, and I know this year's going to be tough too. We are required by the Audit Office to have a small operating surplus, and you've done that with the $4 million operating surplus. So I just want to congratulate you on that. We were sitting around this table some 6 months ago when $14 million deficit was mooted, and I know a lot of it has to do with grants and their timing, but we have ended the year subject to, as you said, adjustments with a small $4 million operating surplus. So congratulations on that and well done. That does need to be promoted, and it was a hard task, and I know every supplier, every staff has cut back on materials, and suppliers have been told, no new invoices, and it was tough, and you've got there, so well done. I also wanted to congratulate you on only a 2% variance on our entire capital works agenda for the year, which I think is worth talking about. But also, and the press release I think is going out today, is it 30% local spend is the target for local governments, and we hit 60? Is that the numbers? I think we were on 57 for the end of the year.
Correct.
But is 30%?
That's Queensland. That's Queensland government.
That's the
30%.
Queensland
State.
government target, and we hit 57, and at times I think it was 64 in mid-year. So they're tremendous numbers of local spend, and I want to also take a moment to congratulate you and your team on those three things. Can I ask a question? And we were talking about it yesterday, and I would like to investigate it a bit more. So we have significant cash available, and the question from the community is, why don't you spend that on dam wall, other things, right? And we also have a fair bit of debt, and the idea is we have the debt and we have the cash sitting there ready to pay off our debts as we are required to do. And so the question is, why don't you pay off all of our debts? It's because we invest our cash, and you have a whole team that looks at the right time to pay off debt, and we often get better income from investment of the cash than we do with the expenses of the debt, and your team is currently on that. So in the consolidated financial report, in the income, the interest received for this year is $12.3 million. So that's as a result of investing that cash, correct? Is there anywhere I could look at in the expenditure to see the costs of our debt, the interest incurred on our debt?
Okay. First of all, thank you very much, Councillor. And I would like to, you did mention the team. So achieving a small operating surplus, I can't take the credit for that. So the executive leadership team have worked tirelessly on reviewing our expenditure over the past 6 months and looking at everything that we could do, how we could do it more effectively, more efficiently. So it's most definitely a team effort, executive leadership team, and really the whole organisation has worked together to achieve the result. I'll say that for starters, the local spend, again, we centralised procurement over a number of years. It took us to get that central procurement function working so that we could support local business. So that's been a tremendous result, and we continue to prioritise prioritise our local spend wherever we can. With the debt and cash, so once the annual audit is finished every year, we do an exercise that looks at cash on hand, our unrestricted cash on hand. So there are some amounts that are restricted, so set aside for grant funding for paying particular projects. But we look at so we council can only borrow from Queensland Treasury Corporation. We borrow only for capital projects, and it's a fixed interest rate for 20 years. So 20 years is the maximum, but it's usually the term of the loan. And what we do every year is we look at the current debt we have, and you would appreciate, sorry, councillors, over the last number of years, we have had some quite low interest rates locked in, and now, interest rates creeped over the last couple of years. So getting that balance between paying off debt and the cost to paying off debt and investing our funds. And we do provide councillors with a confidential report. So we try to keep that, we look at that balance, and every year we ensure that thanks very much, we ensure that we are doing the right thing with our funds, and that's heavily audited. We're also, because of the level of debt, we're subject to an annual credit review by Queensland Treasury Corporation, and we have been advised only in the last week that review has commenced, and that's something that we look at with Queensland Treasury Corporation as well, that we are maximising the return on our cash, that we do ensure that we're holding cash to pay for expenses. So if our expenditure comes in at less than we've anticipated, then that's why we get that little bit higher interest. If you look in those four components in the consolidated financial performance statement in expenditure, we've got labour, materials and finance costs. So that finance costs is where our interest on our loan, that's where that appears. Also in finance costs are our bank charges, bank fees and charges, but the majority of that is the interest we pay on our debt.
Thank you very much for the answer, and hope your voice is not too strained. But my question was, I'm very aware that finance costs is larger than just interest we pay, but the finance costs for this year were $2 million greater than the interest received. So would it be worth us paying off all our debt and saving that $2 million?
Yeah, and I'm happy to bring that through with an information session. So to pay off our debt, so we've got a variety of loans. So we adopt the debt policy every year as part of the budget. So what the debt policy indicates is what infrastructure we're borrowing against and when. And then we lock in, the interest rate is locked in for 20 years. So to pay back the debt early, there's usually a fee over and above this straight interest. And that's the exercise we do in October every year. Once the annual audit is usually finished by the end of September. So we look at cash on hand, debt, the cost of paying off that debt early, and we make sure that we do what's right for the organisation.
No, thanks very much.
And we are required, if you look at that, one of those key ratios is the cash expense ratio, and that is ensuring that we are always holding enough cash to pay debt, to pay off all our expenses over the next 2 months. So we're not ever going to draw down on that cash and leave ourselves in a situation where cash becomes a challenge. We haven't had that at all, but it's something that we need to be very conscious of, that we are satisfying that. So we've got 7.7 months available at the moment, and we're required to have greater than 2 months. But if we start paying off debt early with some major capital infrastructure projects in the pipeline, we need to have our cash to ensure we've got the funds available.
Thanks very much for that, and it's obviously good management of our finances by your team. I suppose if we were to pay off everything, it wouldn't be a case of getting rid of the interest received, would also cancel out the finance cost. There would still be some finance costs. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Yeah. Thank you very much for the question. And I welcome the info session at the appropriate time.
Councillor Kerry, then Councillor Trevor and Councillor Melissa.
Thanks, Chair, and my congratulations to you, General Manager, and to your team for the report and the results, but particularly for the local spend, and point out that it's not a one-off. That from my experience with the Mayor as being on your portfolio in the previous session of Council, that's been consistent really over the last 4 or 5 years, and doesn't come by accident, and a big contrast to what it was about 10 years ago from my recollection. My question is relates to the sale of assets. I think there's about 48, I think, mentioned that are up for sale, and about 9, I think, of the sale has proceeded. And then there's a note here that capital income is above budget, 861,000, or 1% as a result of sale of assets. Is the 861,000 the sum of represents the sale price of those 7 assets, or is it a figure above that? You may not have the exact figure before you, but in general, have we received more than 861,000? Just referring.
Sorry, I'm just bringing up the report. Sorry, Councillor.
Under consolidated financial performance statement, whole of council.
Yeah, look, I think I'll take that question on notice, and happy to shoot an email through to councillors.
If you could give some detail about just a rough idea of what also was sold, and
yes, will do.
Yeah, thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Sean. GM will furnish us with that information via email. Councillor Trevor.
Thanks, Chair. Thanks, Anne-Marie, for your report and your team. Just coincidentally, following on from Councillor Kerry, we've got a fund called, I think it's called the Development Fund. Can you explain to us and the general public what that fund does and what the update of that figure is in that fund?
And thank you, Councillor, and thank you for providing that question on notice as well. So we have a development reserve, and the purpose of this reserve is when Council sells land or sells assets, the proceeds of the sales are constrained within that reserve, and when Council purchases assets, that's the reserve that the funds are purchased. So we keep a full record of the ins and outs of this reserve over the years. The balance at the 30th of June was 11.95 million.
Thank you. So technically that fund just sits there for acquisitions and disposals.
Absolutely, for an acquisition.
And it doesn't go into any other.
Yeah, and Councillor Kerry's previous question about the sales, they would have contributed to that balance that we've got at the 30th of June.
Okay, thank you for the update.
Councillor Melissa.
Thanks, Mayor. Thanks, Anne-Marie. Firstly, my apologies. I had every intention of sending this through on notice, but I didn't. On page 4 of 9, and you did mention it in your report, that the grant subsidies and contributions were under budget by $4.1 million in the capital income. Yep. Just wondering if you could furnish us with some further information on that, please. Thank you.
I can. So this is a timing difference only. So again, multi-year projects, and the milestones haven't been met to recognise. So that we have to have the actual delivery of the works. So whether the cash is in or not is not relevant. It's the delivery of the works so that we can recognise the revenue, and the milestones haven't been met. They could already be met by now. So that's just a straight timing difference for that 4.1 million variance.
I thought that was it. I just wanted to confirm. Thank you, General Manager.
Thanks very much. Any other questions, councillors, or comments? I guess the only comment I would make is that this is still a point in time. and that come September, October, that's when we'll get the full picture of what's there, contributed assets, capitalisation of projects. So there's a bit of movement yet at play. That said, much better position than what we were 6 months ago. So I endorse the comments, and thanks to you and the team and all the ELT, in fact. So do appreciate it. Councillors, the motion before us then is that the monthly financial performance statement for the period ending 30 June 2025 be received. Moved by Councillor Tim, seconded by Councillor Gary. Those in favour? Motion's carried unanimously. Thank you, Anne-Marie. We move then to the Chief Executive Officer monthly report and conversation between the Chief Executive and the General Manager of Infrastructure Services has seen delegation straight in play. So the CEO is delegated to the former acting CEO to present the CEO's monthly report. So hand over to you, Mike.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Firstly, I'd just like to welcome our new CEO, Sal. It's great to have him on board, and the executive leadership team is very happy and looking very much forward to working closely with you going forward. In respect to the last month, we weren't going to go into too much detail. Obviously, our interim CEO, Colin Jensen, left us mid-June, and subsequently between Jake, Nick, Anne-Marie and myself, we've been acting CEOs over this last 4 weeks, and I'd like to say a big thanks to my peers there for all their efforts through that period. We also, through that time, welcome Ed Johnson as the new GM of Planning and Development. Ed started with us on the 30th of June. So it's been a month with a fair bit of activity, obviously getting to the end of the financial year. As just noted in the previous item, a huge effort by everybody involved, particularly the finance team, and getting the numbers together. But again, across the board, all teams, all groups coming together to get the best position outcome for council that could be achieved. So well done to all. Thank you.
Thanks very much, Mike. Are there any questions for Mike? If not, thank you. And Mike, we also thank you and the other three ELT for stepping up to act in the CEO role over the last 4 weeks. So thank you very much. The motion then, councillors, before us is that the Chief Executive Officer's monthly report be received. Moved by Councillor Carroll, seconded by Councillor Trevor. Those in favour? Motion's carried unanimously. Thank you. We move then, councillors, to item 11, which is the Mayor's monthly report, and that's been tabled. Councillors, are there any questions in regard to the report? Got a number of items there, predominantly all around advocacy. If there's no questions, they ask that the Mayor's monthly report be received. Moved by Councillor Rebecca, seconded by Councillor Edwina. Those in favour? Motion's carried unanimously. Thank you for that. Councillors, we'll push on with the first of these of the matters of which notice has been given, which is item 12.1. I propose that following that we will adjourn for 10 minutes or 15 minutes actually. So the item is number 12.1, councillors, and we'll just get that up on the screen, which it is. Thank you, Deanne, very much indeed for that. And the title is Fleet Reform and Fiscal Efficiency Measures. It's been put forward by Councillor Gary Gardner. So Councillor Gary, you're obviously happy to move that. To put it on the table, do we have a seconder? Seconded by Councillor James. Okay, we've got a mover and a seconder. Councillor Gary, I'll go to you to talk to this and give the background, if you don't mind.
Well, background, like fleet logistics, has been on council's agenda since 2021, with multiple councillor information sessions and 2 independent reviews providing recommendations for improvement. Despite this, minimum progress has been made in streamlining the unit or improving occupational efficiencies. In March 25, the manager of Fleet Logistics met with EasyQuip to better understand how to, which is one of my companies, understand how the commercial fleet and logistics operations functions. This visit highlighted key areas where council could improve efficiencies and reduce costs. With the unit requiring approximately 12 million in new assets annually, it's critical that fleet and logistics be treated as a standalone function. Moving it under corporate services will ensure clearer accountability, stronger governance, better alignment with council's broader facial and operational goals.
Councillor Gary, there is substantively, there's 6 items there that you, 7 in fact, that you put forward. Given that it is a live stream, people are online, would you like to go through each of those so that we know exactly what we're talking through, if you don't mind?
Sure. Well, number 1's reduce the number of makes and models in the fleet to standardise servicing needs. 2, aligning workshop staffing levels with actual servicing demand.
Just excuse me, Councillor Gary, this is the motion that's up on the screen here.
Yes.
So it's really that motion
Yes.
that you're reading out?
Yes.
Okay, well that's quite different to what you've just started reading.
Okay. All right. That
So
acknowledges the review conducted in 23 has not been fully implemented to date. All right. Request that the Chief Executive Officer to formally recognise fleet as a corporate function and consider its transition to corporate services, with any approved change to be implemented within 3 months of the decision and subject to appropriate consultation with affected employees and relevant unions. Request an internal review of fleet composition and workforce alignment with specific focus on reducing the number and makes and models of fleet to standardised servicing needs, aligning workshop staffing levels with annual servicing demand, identifying logistic roles for consolidation and relocations based on operational needs. Requires improved fleet utilisation reporting, data tracking, interdepartment rental transparency, including establishment of utilisation benchmarks to improve P&E across all of council, full inventory of underutilised or surplus assets for potential disposal, clear internal and rental agreements to maximise asset use. Supports the establishment of internal fleet business unit that includes reinvestment of all proceeds from fleet assets disposals back into fleet and logistics to strengthen operations and reduce further capital spend. Requests the Chief Executive Officer to investigate transitioning current employee vehicle provisions and vehicle allowances or novate lease arrangements where this reduces council's operating maintenance burden. Request a report within 60 days outlining reform actions, financial impacts and implement timeframes from the General Manager of Corporate Services.
Thanks, Councillor Gary. So, councillors, we've got a mover and a seconder. I'm happy to open up the question open up the floor for questions, I should say, not the questions for floor. Councillor Carey, Councillor Melissa.
No, thanks, Chair. I just wondering if it's appropriate to ask the General Manager to comment on the points that have been raised. Would be helpful, I would have thought, to us making our decision.
Councillor, if we keep it to a minimum, I think would be the best. However, it's important to understand there is a motion that is on the table for us to discuss. So from a commentary perspective, to give insights into it, I'm happy to ask the GM to mention or to comment on feedback from the motion that's before us. That's what you're asking, Councillor Carey? Okay. Mike?
Just on that, I've just been reminded it may well be the GM of Corporate Services that might be more appropriate to have that knowledge. But
what we might do, Kerry, if you don't mind, is we'll go to the CEO, to Sal, just to work through it. Bill, you've got a question?
Can I foreshadow a motion here or move an alternate motion that, and this is out of respect to the new CEO who's been here for 25 hours, that we actually give him the opportunity to look at this and prioritise as he sees fit this item of work amongst all the other business items that he will need to be across.
So,
I
Councillor Bill,
think
you-
out of respect, we need,
Yeah.
as a boardroom, we need to
okay,
actually.
so you might think about some wording if that's the case, but I've got a couple of questions here first, and I'd like an opportunity for that because that may help frame up that motion. So I'll go to you first in relation to Councillor Kerry's question.
Thank you, Mayor. Councillor Kerry, in relation to that question, as Bill has just indicated, Councillor Bill has indicated, I really would like some time to get my head around really where these organisational activities should sit. There's no question that I think a review of fleet is something that's warranted, but literally 25 hours in the chair, I'd like to get my head around the reviews that have been undertaken, actually how we are utilising fleet and some of the opportunities that do exist. There could be a hybrid model that might be actually more beneficial to this organisation than some of the suggestions that have been put forward. There's no doubt that fleet is a complicated issue in any organisation, and the quantum of fleet and probably the magnitude of the type of activities and vehicles and material and plant that we hold would warrant that. So I'm supportive of what's been proposed, but what I'm probably going to request from the organisation is that you give me some time to get my head around the issue and really to determine, is this our highest priority to give you the most bang for the buck? Without question that we really do need to explore opportunities. There's probably a broader organisational structural question that needs to be addressed here. And if we jump at the first one, we might not get the optimum outcome. So I would request from the members before me that if I could have some time to get my head around things, more than pleased to come back to this group with updates on how that's going. But I really would like to take a more strategic view before I come down with a more definitive answer.
Councillor Kerry?
Any idea of the timeline? It's very difficult to estimate, bearing in mind what you've just said about the 25 hours, but you did mention updates, so that might be.
Yeah, look, I think in terms of the timeframe, if we could have through to the end of the year with regular updates to this committee, and I can manage that through the Mayor in terms of how I do that, but there's a considerable amount of expenditure that's been put into this activity, and I'd like to get that right, but can I have some time to get my head around that, and I'm happy to come back to this council either through an information session or some additional information.
So perhaps there's an item number 7, I think it is, just from memory, talks about 60 days coming back to council with some things. Perhaps that might be, and putting words into Bill's thoughts patterns, but maybe that is where that could be our first checkpoint as to what that looks like based on what you've seen. That's based on what you've just said, Sal. That sounds like 60 days is good to come back to review what that is and what it is. Is that what you're saying?
I'm happy to see that.
Kerry, does that answer your question around timing? Okay. Councillor Melissa, no question? You've got a draft? Okay. Are there any other questions? No? Councillor Edwina? We've got a mover in a second for this motion. Keep that in mind. Councillor Edwina.
Just in relation to this motion, I'm just wondering with the way we're going with an alternate motion. I guess my question is, this puts quite a time frame and quite specifically moving it from one area of the business to the other. Considering that we've looked at this for the last couple of years, and this is a question through you, Chair, to the General Manager of ISG, do we already have a plan in place for this to actually occur, the transfer of fleet to its own independent business unit?
Councillor Bill.
Point of order,
is
if
called.
I may, and I can explain why I'm thinking the way I am, is we've just employed a CEO to manage the administrative operational side of the organisation. I don't believe that without a proper report back from Sal, and until such times as that happens, that we should be saying, because this is why we've employed Sal as our CEO and any CEO, to actually come back to us, and he's mentioned already, he would suggest that there could be broader corporate or organisational structural matters to consider. So I'm not, for one, ready to support a direction that is in the fair and square in the sights of any.
The point of order was about Councillor Edwina's questioning? Is that what the point of order was?
No, well,
I'm just asking.
I'm sorry, councillor Edwina, but if we're going down this track, that's what I'm.
No, that's okay, and I fully respect where you're at, and you're working on this amendment, and I think these guys might even have one. But the question was simply from Councillor Edwina, are things happening in this space
Already.
to improve? And that's the question, if more broadly?
No, yeah, just do we already, like we've been discussing this and we've had a number of council information sessions on this over the years, and do we already have a plan and a strategy in place and timelines within the business to move fleet into its own specific area? That's corporate business area.
Yeah. At a high level, yes. Okay, there is progress. And I sent out just recently to councillors a summary of the sessions that had happened, and I gave councillors some context of what's been happening within fleet. So that was just in the last fortnight, that information. So many of those matters are progressing. Are they progressing as quick as some may like? Maybe not, but that's where the review could be useful. We've got a suggested...
That's okay, Mike.
Yeah.
I think you've answered Edwina's question, which is fine. Councillor Tim, a question, and Councillor Carroll.
Yeah, thanks, Chair. I think the main theme of Councillor Gary's motion, and I'm not putting words in your mouth, is to acknowledge the frustration that there has been work done in 2023. And the frustration councillors often find is that work's done and we sit here and go, we haven't done the work, but we'd like the CEO to look into it. And I appreciate it's 25 hours into the role, so I'm very, Mr. CEO, but I think that the main theme we're trying to address with this motion, noting that I haven't indicated support to any, is the frustration of work already done and where we are. And perhaps, if I could suggest, noting, Chair, this has been moved and seconded, that perhaps soften the wording slightly rather than formally request and ask, that we use words throughout the motion like consider. So, for example, consider fleet as a corporate function, consider an internal review, because when we say these things, it's saying that these are the things that you would like the CEO to look at, and rather than saying them done, that what we're getting the CEO to do is to consider some of these ideas from the floor. So would you consider, and I could see it fairly easily at the starting word of most of these paragraphs, rather than, does it, supports, consider number 5, the establishment of an internal fleet. I know you have a mover and a seconder, but I'm just saying that getting our words across without saying it's a done deal, maybe a change of wording, maybe a little more palatable to other members of the chamber.
Okay, I'll let Councillor Gary think about that, but in the meantime, we've got a mover and seconder of this motion. We've got a foreshadowed amendment, which we aren't at this point, but let's go to Councillor Carroll first.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. And I actually agree with many of the things that Councillor Tim has said. And I think, I'd probably ask the mover and seconder to even consider deferring this until there's been time. When we think of fleet, we think of cars, and that's the most things we own, I guess. But we also have what's known as the yellow fleet, which is the heavy machinery, which is in a quite different area. And our CEO, Mr. CEO has already stated that perhaps it might be a hybrid mix that we do things. I think all that is up in the air at this point, and I'd be more comfortable if this were withdrawn and brought back when there's more understanding and more guidance, I suppose, rather than just as I know there's a mover and a seconder, and I respect that, but I think that if we grab at shadows, we're probably going to end up with something that's not beneficial to the organisation. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Carroll. Appreciate that. Councillors Gary and Councillor James, have you got a question, James, or comment?
Respecting the situation that's going on, as the seconder of the motion, and I respect the words of the CEO before, but potentially my thought around it would be that the wording could be softened slightly. That seems to be, and I'm happy to go into it because it seems like we're going to debate, but potentially it could be the wording around requests that the Chief Executive Officer investigates the option of transitioning fleet and logistics to corporate services. So it's not giving a mandated direction where it needs to go, but it does give, why I'm suggesting this, it does give the intent, because at the end of the day, Mr. CEO, if he investigates this and says, look, it's in my opinion, my professional judgment, it's not a good idea. You're not locked in saying that you formally recognise, it's investigate the option. I don't know if that's palatable with the mover, but that would be my... Okay, well, if you want me to... Sorry, I know we're doing this bit on the run, so my suggestion would be, Mr Mayor, if you're comfortable with me to say that again.
Well, the mover has suggested that he's happy with this, and you're the seconder, so if that's the case, so it's not changing the intent of what you're trying to achieve, so happy to do that.
So the wording would be, so that requests the Chief Executive Officer investigates the option of transitioning, so I'd even take it recognised, this option of transitioning fleet and logistics to corporate services. So I believe, so there's that, and I'm happy to take on some you CEO if that leaves it.
Can I, thank you, councillors. Can we maybe put forward the motion that we've just prepared for you for consideration, which I think wraps up everything that you are talking about, but doesn't probably shoehorn us into a particular view. It may not be corporate services. So you might be railroading me into an outcome that may not be beneficial to this organisation. So if we could maybe, up on the screen, give consideration to that.
So this is the motion that I think Councillor Bill might be something along the lines that you're talking about, that Council note the report and provide the Chief Executive Officer the opportunity to assess and prioritise the review and plan going forward for fleet and logistics, with the report to be presented at a later meeting of Council. Now, from a timeline perspective, that doesn't necessarily give the comfort that I've heard around the room. Okay, so this is where Sal, you were suggesting 6 months was. However, I did like to hear your commentary around. Excuse me. You're right. I did like to hear the commentary you were talking about regular reporting.
Yes.
So I think from that perspective, that would need to be considered. Note at the moment we have a mover and a seconder of the original motion that is on the books. So we need to deal with that first. The question I have now to the mover and the seconder is something like this worthy of consideration by the two of you?
It is worthy of consideration. I'd just like a time frame. Like, it's no different to our new planning, that's been going on since 2018. We spent $11 million. And it's all because this is the exact reason why, because reports were going to come back, nothing's done. And, so I'd like a time frame. It's like everything that happens here, it's reports that are not followed up.
I'm comfortable with the time frame. Can you give me an outer limit of 6 months with regular reporting, with the first report in 60 days?
So it would be with a report to be presented in the December ordinary meeting of Council, along with regular reporting, along with a touch point at 60 days.
That would be nice.
Is that okay? Words to that effect. Deanne will be working on that. Councillor Bill, question?
Through you, Chair, to Sal. Sal, I'm just trying to get my head around the logic of, whilst I appreciate your willingness to move through this particular topic, and one of many topics, I just wonder the wisdom of us around cherry picking what we think is the most important topic. And there could be 11 different topics around the room here for you to go away and do. And we haven't even had a strategic session with you or any form of discussion around prioritisation of what the organisation and service levels, customer service, all of that moving forward. So I just wonder the wisdom of us cherry picking particular parts of the business and topics. For me, that's not a very, I'm respectful here. That's not a very strategic position for a boardroom to take.
I note and totally agree with your comment. My report to you in September might be a reprioritisation of where we focus. But I need to have a look at it. Yep. And I need to have a discussion with my senior team, which hasn't occurred yet. So
that's exactly why I'm raising concerns here, because let's reverse the role here, councillors. Put yourself in this position. Wouldn't you like to be afforded to actually come back with a strategic plan to your boardroom around these are the top 3 items, and these are the other things that we need to address, and these are the suggested timings. We haven't even, we're just jumping into a single issue. That's not, in my view, the role of a boardroom.
We've got a motion there at the moment. I've got indications from the mover and seconder that they're both comfortable with this motion, right? You're not comfortable with the motion, Councillor James? Okay, well, the mover was comfortable with the motion. So that means that if that is the case, if you're not comfortable with the motion, well, we can go into debate if we get a seconder for that motion. But we do have, Councillor Melissa, you're seconding that motion. So we do have the substantive mover of the first motion and the second motion. This then is a reiteration of that, just referencing that motion. So this will refer to the report, which it says, note the report. So nothing changes from respect of the initial motion. This just moves on to that. The seconder does not want to second it, that's fine. We have a seconder with Councillor Melissa. So that is now the substantive motion.
Thank you. I was just going to call for clarification.
That is now the motion.
Mover and seconder.
Mover and seconder, Councillor Gary. That what's on the screen is now the motion. With a mover of Councillor Gary, seconder of Councillor Melissa. Sal has indicated that the commentary from Councillor Bill has been taken on board, yet he's comfortable with that. Sal, is that the word that you're comfortable with that? Mike.
Apologies, councillors. I've probably put the word report there. Probably should say that council note the proposed motion and...
Okay, note the proposed motion. Good, thank you, Mike. So, Councillor Gary, as the mover, need to go into debate. First off, there is. So, Councillor Gary is the mover. If you'd like to, beg your pardon? Foreshadow another motion. Do you want to speak against this motion? Okay, Councillor Gary, you're happy to speak against? Okay, you reserve your right to speak. That's what you're saying. Yeah, Councillor James.
Yeah, thank you. Thanks, Mayor. Thanks, councillors. I will put forward first of all. So, should this would like to foreshadow the motion that I mentioned before around the change wording that I had around the investigate the option of transitioning to fleet. So I would, the motion we had there before, I just would like to foreshadow that should this motion be defeated. The reason I speak against this motion, councillors, is pretty simple. Well, I'll take a step back, and this happens a lot here. At the end of the day, we're all trying to achieve the same outcome. We're all trying to achieve the best possible outcome for council when it comes to fleet and logistics. So we're going to argue over wording, but we're all trying to get the same outcome. So I want to keep that in mind. There's a few words that really ring into my mind as to why I'm against this and why I've suggested my foreshadowed motion. This term is about doing things differently for the better. This term is about doing things differently for the better. I've heard that. Sorry to plagiarise your words, Mayor. You've used that a lot, this term, and I'm fully behind them. This is doing things different. This is the possibility of doing things differently for the better. The motion where we sit now is the same style of motion I've seen since the first day that I walked in here, and I think that's very much a reason as to why we sit in the position when we have, or we've had, as been pointed out through Councillor Gardner initially, there's been 2 independent reviews, so forth and so on, and we still sort of sit here. So now we're going to stop, and we're going to start, and we're going to do this whole process and do this whole dance again. I fully respect and understand, Mr. CEO, your position and what you said before. I have complete respect for that position and totally understand why you have suggested this particular motion. I hope you can see I'd like to explain, I suppose, from my point of view, why I like the wording of investigate the possibility of transitioning it to fleet. We've spoken about this council giving clear direction for the staff to be able to then do what it does as the operational arm. So if the basis of the investigation is that the first option to be considered is that it is transitioned to the corporate services situation. And again, as I said, that doesn't lock it into saying that that's where it has to go. As I said, if the investigation goes through and the work that's been done and it comes back through the staff to give the best possible advice or recommendation is, no, it's not best there. It's best here, or it should stay where it is, or it's working fine, or we need, whatever we need to do with it. It doesn't actually change the outcome of what we're going to try and achieve here. But I think if this boardroom thinks that corporate services, in their opinion, or for reasons they believe is the best place for this function of council, why not start and give the intent and the opportunity to the staff to say, as a strategic board, we think the best outcome moving forward is for this to be investigated to be in corporate services. So that's the basis then of the investigation, because we've done a heap of these different reviews and priorities and things like that. So this is different. So this is about doing things differently for the better. I think we can get a better outcome with better efficiencies, both from a cost point of view, but also a workflow and an efficiency point of view, to have this business functioning better at its best to deliver for this organisation and for this community. So that's why I strongly urge that we consider having those words there of the basis of this investigation is for it to be placed in corporate services.
So, Councillor James, just in relation to that, the second part, which is the motions that we had, the motions that we had, we did make some adjustments in that with your exact wording. So if the mover is comfortable and the seconder is comfortable, we can leave that wording in there, because it does change that to exactly what you've said, which is to investigate the option. So the number 2 there, the Chief Executive Officer, to investigate the option. So that's what you're saying. So that will be in there. That was the original motion.
Yep.
Right, that was the original motion. We then went to the motion that's on the screen, which says note the proposed motion.
And now we're here, is that right?
That's right, but keep in mind that other motion was a motion provided by a councillor who has the ability to adjust that motion in this forum. Now that motion has been adjusted. We can adjust that motion. This then refers to all of those items. This refers to all of those items of which we made that slight adjustment, which includes investigate. So the author, who is the councillor, can change that. As the author of that, can change that. Right? So that's been done. This motion now reflects that. So exactly what you've said is changed in that document. The author is enabled to do that.
The key change, though, as I said, is that intent of the investigation for it to be transitioned to corporate services. That's why.
So that's what's mentioned in the wording. Go back to the wording if you don't mind, Deanne. We'll just work through this so that you're comfortable with where you sit. So the councillor, it is the councillor's wording.
A point of order, thanks. We are looking at this, at the other motion. The mover of the motion has withdrawn the motion. We've had someone speak against this motion that's up there now. No. We need to go forward with the motion that we're dealing with now. Should that fail, then we go back to something else. But you cannot do this stuff on the run. We're dealing, the mover of the motion is happy with what's up there now, and I think we should deal with that. We've already had a speaker against, and we can't just cannibalise. And it may not be the right place for it to go once so I think everyone's happy with this. Well, we'll see when they vote on it. Thank you.
They're clearly not. So what I'm actually trying to do is work through the process systematically.
So when has that ever stopped? The process is we have a motion that's been moved and seconded.
Councillor Carroll, we are working through this, okay. The option here is that we can change the wording in the motion that was up on the screen that you just saw, the motion that's been moved and seconded, to put the words investigate within that. So it reflects then exactly what James is talking about. So we adjust the motion
I'm
that's
sorry,
up on the
I'm
screen.
becoming quite confused. Can you put the motion that we're looking at back up, please?
Councillor Carroll, let's work through this
No,
in a process.
Mr Mayor, we're looking at a motion.
You will have the motion up on the
First
screen.
and second, moved and seconded.
Councillor Carroll,
I'm
can you
sorry,
please
I'm
give our
calling a point of
staff?
order.
Can you please give our staff the ample time to put it up on the screen? That is
Thank you.
exactly what
That's
they're
all I'm
doing.
asking for, because that's the motion we're dealing with.
You've asked it, and it's coming up on the screen, which is exactly what I was explaining with Councillor James, that we can add that within that motion, and that's what we're doing. So just give the team time to put that in there. No, but we've got a commentary here, Councillor Carroll, from a councillor. If the mover and seconder are happy with that proposed change, then they're happy with that change. That's the normal process.
I'm sorry, it's nothing near normal.
If you just give the team a little bit of time, they'll put this up on the screen, and Councillor Gary and Councillor Melissa will be able to do it. No, I'm going to finish this.
There
up
should be
before
no
we vote.
favouritism in this room, and we should follow corporate.
There is no favouritism,
Thank you,
Councillor
and
Carroll.
we should be looking at that motion, unless it's defeated.
It's the same as what we've done before, and we just want to make sure this is right. Okay, now let's work through this as we do. Councillor Gary and Councillor Melissa, this is important for you as mover and seconder. The council note the proposed motion and provide the Chief Executive Officer the opportunity to assess and prioritise the review and plan going forward for fleet and logistics, including investigating the option of transitioning fleet to corporate services, with a report to be presented at the December 2025 committee meeting of council, and interim reporting commencing in September, so 60 days. Councillor Gary, Councillor Melissa, comfortable with that? Okay, so therefore we do have consistently the same mover and the seconder. Okay, does anyone want to speak against the motion? Councillor Bill, so Councillor Gary, we'll go back to you. Would you like to speak to this motion?
Well, I just think it's important to have timeframes, and the reason for me bringing this motion is you can't have fleet and logistics in with the people who are operating. It's like having the chooks in with the foxes. You know, it's I had the same issue when I started my fleet, Easy Equip. You know, once they're accountable, it's you know, they have a bobcat out for 9 months for a duration job. When they're paying for it, it's back in a day. And that fleet is now being built to a $250 million fleet, so from nothing. So until you shift it from the hen house, I'm saying, into its own entity, it's to me, it's makes sense. And we need to be saving as much money as we can here. We're a council looking for money for different things, and to me, this is an obvious one.
Councillor, thanks, Councillor Gary. Speaker against Councillor Bill.
I appreciate Councillor Gary's comments and his expertise around this subject. He relates to private enterprise, and the thing that I question, and that's why I asked you before, Mr. CEO, the thing that bangs around in my head, in the context of council and its entirety, where does this fit in relation to other priorities in our constraints with budget and our ability to deliver service while rehashing organisational structure? Where does this fit in the priority of, you know, there could be other, and why I said cherry pick. What about our ownership of water infrastructure? Do we retain that? Do we sell that? Do we look at our proportion of contracting Workforce, what do we do there? There are any number of issues. What I'm saying is, councillors, please hasten slowly. Let's hasten slowly on what we think the hot topics are collectively when our new CEO's had ample opportunity to actually advise us where he thinks the hot buttons are and how we've already heard through the interview process what Sal brings to the table around innovation. No one can contest that with his background. So what I'm saying is, let's do this in an orderly, structured manner, and we actually might find that our fleet isn't our biggest cost item that we need to focus on, and we need to prioritise other areas of the business in order to innovate and save money and deliver a higher efficient standard of service to our community. That's all I'm saying. I don't disagree with the need for review. I've come from a background where this happened more than 30 years ago. So I understand some of it. In fact, I was right in the middle of it in contract management. So there's a whole host of things that may be greater pressure points than this, and that's all I'm saying. Let's approach this in a constructive, considered manner as a boardroom. We all have our views. Mind you, none of us are experts across the business. We all have backgrounds. That's why I can't support the motion.
Thanks, Councillor Bill. A speaker in favour, Councillor Melissa.
Thanks, Mr Mayor. I actually do support this motion. I've actually been talking about this exact thing since my first term in 2020. I have highlighted and asked questions about the $12 million budget that Fleet and Logistics has had, and I raise that every year when budget comes around. So it is something that has been on my radar, and I actually applaud Councillor Gardner for bringing it forward. I agree with Councillor O'Shea when he says we need to do things differently, and that's what this term is all about. And this is exactly what this is about. I actually do prefer this motion from the proposed one, Councillor Gary, for the simple reason that the CEO, Mr Petrosito, actually needs to be able to settle into his seat. He has only been here for 25 hours, but he has stated that 6 months will give him ample time to look into a report for Fleet and Logistics. And as he himself actually said, his update in September may actually say that this is not a priority. So it actually answers Councillor Carl's objection to this motion, and I think that this motion, with the time frame, actually answers all the queries around the table, whether you support the motion or not, because it allows the CEO, Mr Petrosito, to give updates within the 6 months with a report coming in December. So I think it answers everyone's objections and in favour of. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Melissa. A speaker against the motion, Councillor Carroll.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. I don't in total speak against this motion. I supported it the way it was because I understand everyone's frustration about this, but we're not experts in this field, and we've put a CEO in here, and then now we're telling him where to focus. At the end of the day, the review needs to be done, and we need to then make the decision on where fleet needs to transition, if it needs to transition, whether it needs to be a hybrid model or anything else. So at the end of the day, I think it's probably a bit facetious to put this in here, to go to corporate services. It should just be the review. We shouldn't be putting someone there and then putting handcuffs on their hands and telling them what they should be doing. I think that's quite insulting. And I actually, there's just that one word, that added word that was put in there that actually shouldn't have been put in there, in my view, and I don't support that for that very reason. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Carroll. Speaker in favour of the motion, Councillor Kerry.
Yeah, just briefly, I support the motion and principally on the basis that Councillor Gardner's experience is well known, and I think it would be imprudent of us not to follow his advice as being highly qualified in the area in which we're dealing. Also, the CEO has indicated the timelines that would be appropriate from the point of view of his ability to look into the matter. And for those reasons, I think, bearing in mind the fact that this has been on the books for 2023, I think, at least 2 years. If we go along the lines that Councillor Bill has suggested, how many more years will it take before we address the issue as well, address the issue properly? So I'm keen to see the matter resolved as quickly as possible, and I think this motion is a reasonable way in which that can be achieved.
Speaker against the motion? Councillor Gary, would you like to sum up?
I think there's been enough said.
Therefore, I put the motion. The motion is there before. I don't propose to read that out again. Those in favour of the motion? Those against? Sorry. Those against? You like your votes recorded? The motion is carried. Councillors, we will adjourn for 10 minutes and return at 5 to 11. Moved by Councillor James, seconded by Councillor Rebecca. Those in favour? Motion's carried. Councillors, we are back on and right to go. The item that we are up to now is another item that was given notice to, and that is item 12.2. It's the delivery, what's entitled Delivery of the Toowoomba Regional Planning Scheme, and the motion is been brought forward by Councillor Gary Gardner. The motion is there. Can I have a seconder for that motion? Put it on the table. Councillor Tim, second. It's now on the table. Councillor Gary, would you like to speak? I'll explain the motion, and then if we need to go to debate, we will. Thank you.
Yeah, the council resolves to prioritise and finalise the delivery of the new Toowoomba Regional Planning Scheme without further delay, noting the project is significantly overdue, has already cost millions of dollars and is critical to the region's economic growth and investment certainty. Acknowledge an appointment of the new General Manager of Planning Development, request the new Chief Executive Officer to ensure teams are supported for the delivery of the planning scheme and the broader development function. Recognising the central role in Council's long-term financial sustainability, and request the Chief Executive Officer to provide a report to the October 25 ordinary meeting outlining the detailed resourcing and projected management plan for the finalisation and delivery of the planning scheme, including utilising external support if necessary, key delivery dates and milestones, and budget implications and cost efficiency measures.
Councillor Gary, do you want to just give the background?
Yeah, I'd like to. So I think yesterday with new head of planning, Ed Johnson, I think he's already enacted all that stuff already, I think. So I think it's underway to be getting done. So I was happy with yesterday's.
So we've got a mover and a seconder in Councillor Tim. Is there any need to go into debate, councillors, in regard to this? If not, those in favour of the motion? Motion's carried unanimously. We then move to item 12.3, councillors. 12.3 is entitled Back Creek Bridge Upgrade. The motion has been brought forward by Councillor Trevor Manteifel. Do I have a seconder for the motion? Seconded by Councillor Kerry. Over to you, Councillor Trevor, to read the motion and perhaps give some background.
Thanks, Chair. The motion is that Council requests the Minister for Transport and Main Roads, the Honourable Brent Mickelberg MP, to prioritise the replacement of the Back Creek Bridge on the New England Highway at Kuya from a one-lane bridge to a two-lane bridge. Obviously, background reason for the motion, there's been a lot of press relation to that bridge recently because of a person having some serious injuries at that bridge recently. A few months before that, had nearly a near miss there. People disobeying a give way sign. Yes, people should obey them and stop signs, all that type of stuff, but it doesn't happen. We've got a beautiful road heading east, a highway heading east to that bridge. Then all of a sudden you go from 21st century to 19th century bridge. It needs to be looked at seriously, and I'm only doing this because it is a bridge in our TRC region. It is a priority for our ratepayers and residents that this be looked at, hence why I'm putting this motion up. So the government is aware that TRC is certainly concerned and would like something to happen to that bridge.
Thanks, Councillor Trevor. We do have a seconder in Councillor Kerry. Would anyone like to speak to this motion? Does Councillor speak against? Okay, we do have a speaker against the motion. And a question? Let's go to a question first, given it's a first time theme.
Thank you, Chair. Actually, to you, to the GM. I know this bridge is a problem, we all do. It's not the only one-lane bridge around, and I'm pretty sure the Minister Mickelberg has a list of one-lane bridges, and they're all on his priority. In general, not speaking against it, I'm asking for clarification. In general, have an issue with these motions that say write a letter to the Minister. Like, Mike, would he already be aware of this? And is there any merit to a letter? Oh, I actually would like to ask the GM.
Thank you, councillor. I suppose what council's doing here is advocating, obviously, to prioritise this above other matters that are probably not dissimilar matters. I am aware that TMR have a planning study underway in respect to this bridge, in respect to the replacement of this bridge on the New England Highway. On the information we have, it does, New England Highway through this point does carry a fair bit of traffic, a lot more than what you'd plan for any single lane bridge. So going to 2-lane bridges are very much a necessity. I think what councils, and there has been quite a number of serious accidents there over the years. So from an advocacy perspective, that's what council's doing here, and it's, even though it's not our road and not our bridge, I suppose we do have our community there. So
Follow-up, Chair, if I may, prioritise, Trev, to what extent? Like top of all bridges? Like I'm pretty sure that one this side of Ipswich needs to be first priority. Like which priority, just on the list, or like what's the reasoning about it?
I'm prioritising because we as elected representatives here should look after our own region, and I'm prioritising it for our ratepayers and residents because it is a highway and all of us use it, and it is a very used highway, and you've got this brilliant stretch of road which has just recently been completed, and then you end up on this 1-lane bridge. So my concern is residents and ratepayers, and trying to get some priority to that bridge coming up above others. Yes, I accept your point with the Bremer River, all that type. Yeah, Bremer Bridge, but that's somebody else's area. I'm prioritising here for just us.
That answers Tim's question, I think. Question, Councillor Curran?
Thank you, Mr Mayor. I don't want to vote against this motion, but my reasoning is that very much the same as Councillor Tim's. This has been high profile in the paper and the press, on the TV and everywhere else. It's a state-controlled road, and I would hate to think our community expects us to be responsible for all these things. I mean, the Bremer River Bridge does carry stuff from our region and is stifling. So, I mean, at the end of the day...
Is there a question?
The question, well, I don't think... What do we hope to achieve by this when it's already been prioritised, when the state government is already looking at...
Can you get to a question, Councillor
Question,
Carroll?
what do we
What's the
hope
question?
to achieve by this?
Okay,
Except
Councillor
going through the
Trevor?
motion,
Councillor Trevor?
because it's already been prioritised.
If your question is what do we hope to achieve, the mover can answer that question.
What I'm hoping to achieve is to keep the pressure on state government to hopefully do something with this bridge. We are all elected representatives for all the ratepayers and residents in TRC land, and if we can't do something to keep the pressure on, what the hell's the good of us? You know, we need to keep the pressure on there.
If there's no further question. Councillor Bill, question?
Yeah, through you, Chair, to GM Mike. Mike, with, you'd almost call it contestable funding rounds. There's a bucket of money. You know, single individual requests like this, is it likely to put at risk other higher priorities, dare I say, on our local road network that we're looking to extract funding out of the state government as a collective pool? Is it likely to put those sorts of things at risk? No, given your experience around, you know, how the state government funds.
As mentioned, this is an advocacy request. It's not the New England Highway through Kuya is a state government, state highway, okay, classified there. The responsibility for having that highway in a safe condition at all times sits with the state. Okay. This bridge has been on the to-do list for a long time. As councillors would be aware, it's been reported in the media numerous times over the last couple of decades. So, and there has been sort of levels of government commitment. So it does need to be done. It's up to the government of the day to work out where it sits in their priorities, but from a council and community for Toowoomba region, it's definitely something that needs to be done.
Thank you. You've answered my question.
Thanks, Mike. Thanks, Councillor Bill. Councillors, there was a need to go into debate, was there? Councillor Carroll, you identified that you
No,
wanted.
Mr Mayor, I think we should stay in our lane because it's already prioritised, but I won't vote against it. Thank you.
Is there any need to go into debate, councillors? If there's no need to go into debate, the motion there before you is a council request for the Minister of Transport and Main Roads, the Honourable Brett Mickelberg, MP, to prioritise the replacement of Back Creek Bridge on the New England Highway at Kuya from 1-lane to 2-lane bridge. I would suggest to you that it's already on the radar as well. This is just elevating it, I guess. That's the story, Councillor Trevor. Prioritise, as we know in this room, is different for some and different for others. So I'm sure the government would prioritise that based on their other workload as well. That said, that's the motion before us. Those in favour? Motion's carried unanimously. We then move to item 12.4, which is inquiry on the Crestbrook Dam Safety Improvement Project. This has been put forward by Councillor Trevor Menteifel. Do I have a seconder for this motion? Seconded by Councillor Jones. Okay. Councillor Trevor, would you like to read this out and just...
Thanks, Chair. That the Mayor write to the Honourable Anne Lay, MP, Minister for Local Government and Water and Minister for Fire, Disaster Recovery and Volunteers, seeking clarification on the potential penalties or consequences that may be imposed on our community, as in TRC community, should Council be unable to fulfil the requirements of the Dam Safety Regulator in relation to the Crestbrook Dam Safety Improvement Project. I would also suggest that in the first line there that the Mayor and CEO write to the Honourable Anne Lay, just to get clarification on what the penalties could be, because no one can seem to tell us if we can't fulfil our deadlines or quotas or whatever it may be. We just want some clarity on that, because we don't want to get into a situation where all of a sudden we get a penalty or something for not being able to fulfil it. We'd want to know prior instead of after an event.
Councillor James, you're comfortable with that additional wording? You've said Mayor and CEO. Truth be told, it'd probably be the same letter.
Yeah, same letter, 2 signatories, yeah.
So you can add that in there, just from a purpose of the mover has suggested that and the seconder has agreed with it. Any need to go into debate? Question? Councillor Kerry?
Yeah, why include the CEO?
I just think it may have more impact.
Mover and seconder have done that. They've agreed to do it. That's... Councillor Tim, you want to speak against the motion, is that correct? Okay, well, that will be when we go into debate. Are there any other questions, councillors, in regard to this? If there's no other questions, Councillor Trevor, I'll go to you first as the mover.
Basically, as I said, when I wrapped up reading the motion, I just want to know what penalties or whatever could be implied on us, because we're the first ones off the ground here with this whole dam mandate which is going across Queensland. I'd rather know now rather than after an event. If we can't fulfil a timeline, say we get the dam down to 80% and all of a sudden we have another weather event that fills up to 100, we're not fulfilling the timelines there. I just want to know those facts and figures.
Speaker against Tim. Councillor Tim.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Councillor Trevor, for bringing this. I believe when you're commandeering to a far-off land, you burn the boats. We're not here to go back. We're not here to look for penalties. We are neck deep into this. We have a motion that we move forward, and we have significant council funds already invested, and I'm not interested in looking at penalties for non-compliance. Thanks. That's my opinion.
Thanks, Councillor Tim. Speaker in favour, Councillor James.
Yeah, thanks, Mayor. Look, I support this motion for the reasons that Councillor Trevor has put forward, but understand the points that Councillor Tim has raised. So I don't think it's a, you know, and I think this is more just about doing our due diligence. I mean, this is the largest project that we have on our books. We know the impact for community asking questions around it. So the more information, the more advocacy, the more that we are seen to be doing in this space to have ourselves and our community the best informed that it possibly can be. I don't see that as being a negative, so that's why I'm happy to support it.
Speaker against? There's no speaker against. Councillor Trevor, would you like to sum up?
I think enough's been said. I think we know the reason for the motion, so just put the motion, Chair.
Yes. I'll go to the vote. Those in favour? Those against? Like your votes recorded? Okay, motion's carried. Thank you. We move, councillors, to item number 13, which is any other business council determined by resolutions to be included in the agenda. And therefore we have a couple of items that have been come through, particularly overnight. The first one that we'll deal with is a motion that's come through by Councillor Trevor, and thank you for distributing this early. The motion is that in accordance with best practice, first motion, there's two motions. Okay, so the first one is a motion to enable us to come to the table. I'll read out in a minute. And the second one is the motion itself. So the first motion is that in accordance with best practice example standing orders for local government and standing committee meetings, March 2024, permission be granted to consider at this meeting Millmerran Waste Facility operational hours trial. That's the you happen to move that, Councillor Trevor. Second by Councillor Tim. This is to bring it to the table. Second, Councillor Tim. Those in favour? Carried unanimously. Okay, Councillor Trevor, over to you.
Okay, the motion, is it able to be brought up?
I might just, while you're doing that, I'll get a seconder for the motion as well. Seconded by Councillor Edwina. And then we'll put the motion up on the screen. That's it before you. So there is a bit there to work through, but it's probably worthwhile reading that actually.
Yeah.
Trevor?
So whilst I read it, can you keep scrolling, please? That council, in response to the feedback obtained from the community, approve, 1, and increase the operational hours at the Millmerran Waste Facility as a trial, commencing on the 4th of August 2025. The period of the trial will conclude with the adoption of Council's revised waste strategy to be presented to Council on or before February 2026 ordinary meeting of Council. 2, the operational hours over the term of the trial will be Monday 1 to 5, Tuesday 8 to 1, Wednesday 8 till 12, Thursday 12 to 5, Friday 1 to 5, Saturday and Sunday 10 to 3. This option will provide a total of 32 hours per week of access. Number 3, additional budget will be allocated to water and waste of $544.50 per week for a total maximum of $16,500 over an anticipated 30-week trial period. 4, that an expression of interest is sought from the affected community for the expansion of the curbside collection area, subject to A, Council's contractor's ability to expand the service area, B, residents within expanded area paying the additional $327.42 per annum charge in accordance with council fees and charges, and C, the majority of residents, 51%, included in the expanded area accept the new service. 5, that the following activities occur to communicate this motion to the impacted community: that flyers be distributed to the community and corflutes erected at the remediated bin station sites, advising new Mulmerran Waste Facility trial operating hours, and curbside collection service expressions of interest. Now, after reading that and overnight, I've had a rethink of a little bit of that thing. So if you could scroll back up, please, to the hours. That Saturday and Sunday be 10 to 5 p.m. And that change is because, I've done a bit of research here, that Cecil Plains, Crow's Nest, Cooya, Emu Creek, Evergreen, Greenmount, Clyton, Oakey, Pittsworth, Ravensbourne and Toowoomba facilities all operate on a Saturday and Sunday from 10 a.m. to 5 p.m. Yes, that will increase the cost a little bit, but I think this community, after what they've been through and our little bit of a glitch in advertising and getting them on side with our changes, I think it's well worth it. It is a trial period. Those hours could change after that 30-hour trial period.
In relation to that, Councillor Trevor, there would be a change then in item number 3.
Yes, can you scroll down, please?
You would have to...
I'll scroll. Okay. So that would be, instead of the $544.50 per week, it'll be $854 per week. And the budget would be $25,800. And that's still for the 30-week trial period, which obviously at the end of that would be analysed as in usage, what people have been doing there, because we are at this stage with this opening and the bins being taken away, bringing in an extra 900 people to that facility. And there could be more, because there are probably people out there who don't pay the current bin access, and there will be more. And when you talk to locals out there, there are a lot more people in that area than basically what we're accounting for. So that would bring that waste facility up to another tier or two because of the increase in throughput.
Councillor Trevor, in regard to number 3, it is quite specific, and I note that the GM Water and Waste would have, provided information. I wonder if, given that the increase is to $25,800, whether it should be approximately $30,000, because there may well be some adjustments in timings or whatever it may be.
Now, those figures aren't mine. They did come from the GM of...
That's what I'm suggesting. So rather than being so specific, that an additional budget be allocated water and waste of $30,000 over the anticipated period.
Yes,
So
and, after that trial period, that may dissipate into reduced hours. I don't know. It depends on
we
how
won't
it's taken.
anticipate what that looks like, but if you're comfortable with that, it would just tidy up that rather than being so specific.
Okay.
Now, Councillor Carey, you had a question?
I have questions, thank you. We're trying to be equitable and operate under a waste strategy. Where does Clifton sit in this? And the other areas that Councillor Manteifels mentioned have got huge populations and lots of people. Once you give something, it's very difficult to take away. How then are you going to have these increased hours that other areas don't have, like Clifton and other places like that? Greenmount's a service area, so
Councillor Carroll, you asked your question.
Yeah, I am. How does that stand? I think.
Jake, you might
How does that stand with others? Councillor Manteifels mentioned a whole lot of areas. I don't believe that that's actually right, and not many areas have got those hours till 5 o'clock on Saturday and Sunday.
Point of order has been called by Councillor Carey. What's the point of order?
The point of order is that under the guise of asking questions, councillors are entering into debate against the standing orders.
Look, the question I hear is consistency, and you're asking for... Can we ask that? Let's just work through that one first, if you don't mind, Councillor Carroll. That's okay, I'll come back to you for the second one. I'll just let Jake talk about, so it was some of the figures that were quoted or timeframes. GM Jake from Trevor, you mentioned some other areas, similar sort of opening times.
Yes, I did, Chair, and I found that on our website, those
So
times.
I'll hand over to Jake, and then we'll answer that question and move to the second. Thanks, Jake.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and good morning, councillors. It is still the morning. Thank you, Councillor Manteuffel, for your question and the comments in around the opening hours. Essentially, the sites that you referred to that have the longer opening hours on the weekends are in fact unmanned sites, so they currently don't have an operator that sits there. All of our common tier sites that are tier 3 sites have the same opening hours, of which Millmerran fits into, and the purpose of providing some extra hours through those days to open 5 days a week as a trial was the conversation that was discussed. So when you do reference those other sites, they are not manned sites. They do not have a weighbridge where we need an operator to staff the site, and then but they are different types of facilities that are set up to service different populations and different levels of population. But the costs that have been provided, Councillor Manteuffel alluded to, were costs that were provided by the department for opening of those additional hours, if council wishes to do so.
Councillor Bill, a question on that exact matter? If it's not, I'll go back to Councillor Carroll.
Second question, if I might. If we're going to have expanded hours, why would anyone put their hand up to pay $300 and something a year to have a waste collection bin? Because it doesn't make sense.
Did you get the question?
Yeah, I'm just apologies, Mr. Mayor. So essentially, councillors, this was a matter that was brought forward by the council in relation to opportunities to provide the community under a trial. We are, as council is aware right now, going through our entire waste network and trying to understand what service levels could look like into the brave new world post a review of the waste strategy. As council is aware, the waste business as a whole is sort of misbalanced around funding. We do have some considerations to make around how much it costs for our waste service to be provided to the community. However, the option there also provides for members of the community who wish to express interest in a curbside collection to do so. So this motion was to, again, I don't want to put words in the councillors' mouths who put the motion forwards, was to give some flexibility to the community to enable the community to make their own decision about how they wish to dispose of their waste.
Thank you. Councillor Bill?
Yeah, thanks, Chair, through you. Jake, Councillor Trevor made a comment about the potential of the Millmerran waste facility potentially going to another tier. Can you give some clarity around that? I mean, it would seem highly unlikely on face value, past experience in waste management. So,
thank you, Councillor. And I guess at this stage it is too early to tell. As part of the waste strategy, we are reviewing all of our sites. We're reviewing the patronage across those sites as well as the population. It's been some years since the last waste strategy was put forwards and adopted by this council. There's also been changes and modifications in the landscape that around waste, so an increase in the waste levy and the costs associated with discharging waste. So the intention here is to incorporate and review all of our waste facilities as part of that, the revised waste strategy, which is intended to come to council as indicated there on or before the February ordinary meeting of council.
So one more question, if I may, Chair. Jake, these bins that we're removing from the Millmerran Downs, no, Millmerran, the area that we're removing from, names escape me, I've driven through it quite a few times. They were in fact, or are in fact, or were in fact a temporary measure, weren't they, under the current waste management strategy?
Thank you, Councillor Carl. They were considered a service that was beyond an offering that was provided to anywhere else in the region. They're not temporary. They have been there for a considerable period of time prior to amalgamation, in fact, but were considered a facility or a service that was beyond a service offering anywhere else in the region.
So an over-service, a service over and above standard service in other areas. So, but under that strategy, wasn't that considered that they had a limited time, the current strategy?
The current strategy identified opportunities for those stations. However, when the strategy was put forwards, the council at the time elected for those stations to remain until a future strategy to be looked at, which is essentially what the conversation that we are now looking forwards to having with council in and around early next calendar year.
Okay, thanks, mate.
Thanks, Councillor Tim, then Councillor Rebecca, and Councillor Kerry.
Thanks, Chair. Two questions, if I might. First one to Councillor Trevor. The curbside collection, is that in the bin, or is that the one where you put your stuff on the curb and we come and collect?
No, curbside collection there would be your red bin and your recycling bin.
Could we perhaps clarify that, because I feel incredibly more comfortable knowing that. Second question is through the chair to Jake. We did this measure in Millmerran because no one else had that level of service and we needed to cut costs. My issue is that we've cut the costs by removing the bins. Now we're significantly upping the costs of the waste management facility to do that. I know it's just a trial, but if the residents use the trial to the hours specified and we keep it at that level, what point do we just go, we should have just left the bins there because now it's costing us significantly more per year to operate the waste management facility?
Thank you, Councillor, for the question. I guess my answer is that's a decision for the chamber. We will see if the facility is utilised more frequently. If, as the councillor had indicated, there are many more people in the Millmerran area than what we have anticipated. However, part of this trial will gather the utilisation data of the facility, and if the facility is not being utilised, then again, as a review of that strategy, a recommendation will be put forwards and a decision to be made by council as to whether they want to adopt that recommendation or remain, or as always, have an alternate recommendation or alternate option for council's consideration.
Thank you.
So, Councillor Tim's interesting question in regard to curbside collection and clarification of that. It's an important one, particularly for folk that don't have it. So that might be something that the mover might consider putting a word in the front of that, or something, the standard curbside collection, whatever that may be. Councillor Rebecca.
Thanks, Chair. Through you. Deanne, could we just scroll down to 3 and 4 of the motion, please? Thank you. So the question through you, Chair, to either the mover or the General Manager, the expression of interest, presumably that would be undertaken either within waste or within stakeholder engagement. So just some clarification about that. And then if the cost of doing that expression of interest you foresee would be included in that $30,000 budget allocation.
If it might please the chair, I'll attempt, and then the councillor might have some more information which he can follow up with. Essentially, we have an expression of interest process already for curbside collection. It's something that the team reviews on an annual basis. We are distributing or proposing to distribute flyers and call fleet signs, which will have a QR code or direct proponents to that website. So it's incorporation of an existing business as usual process, not an additional process. And in recognition of the work that should have been done when we Council made the original decision, all of these costs are included within that budget. So there was a component for removal of the facility, there was a component for stakeholder engagement and those types of processes. This $30,000 will be directed towards just the additional operating hours, with the existing budget available to conduct the stakeholder activities that we're proposing to do as part of this, as a councillor is proposing to do as part of this motion.
Okay. Can I add on?
Councillor Trevor?
Just whilst we got item 4 up there, curbside bin collection area, just put that in there to satisfy Councillor McMahon.
Are you happy with the seconder? Edward, you happy to add that word in there? Okay. Any other questions, councillors? Councillor Kerry, sorry about that.
Yeah, no, thanks, Chair. Just 2 questions. One advising to the General Manager out of what he just said, that you have an existing survey, that's my word, that you... I'm just wondering, what are the percentage, or roughly, what are the percentage of people, of your customers, respond to that?
Are you referring to the expression of interest, Councillor Shine, or are you referring to the broader survey that was conducted? I'm just, again, I don't have the matters, the notes at hand, but I do believe the commentary across the entire region was in the order of hundreds, not in the order of thousands or tens of thousands of residents responded to our survey. So we went to a waste survey a couple of months ago, and we received hundreds of responses, not necessarily thousands.
That would lead me to a second question. So if the response generally is around about 1%, or I'm no mathematician, but it would be very low, I would ask Councillor Manteuffel if he would change 4C to something like the minority of residents in the expanded area be less than, be more than 51%. In other words, it's doomed to fail otherwise.
Sorry, if I might, there, Councillor. So the process in which we go through an expression of interest is when a community or an area or a number of people might express interest in expanding the curbside bin collection area. So they're the JJ Richards trucks that drive down once a week and collect your red bin, or every second week collect your yellow bin. What happens when we expand those areas is that we might only have 2 or 3 people in the street that express interest. We will then look to expand that area with our contractor. The contractor says, yes, we can do that in a feasible manner, as in it's a moderate expansion to our existing service. We then write to every one of the residents in that area, and if 51% of them say, yes, we're happy to receive that service, then that service is implemented, because it's an additional charge to what residents might already be paying. So even though 1 or 2 or 3 might start the process, we need to ensure that there's a majority of residents that are in that expanded air service area that will be accepting of the new charge, because we are talking about charging residents for a service that they may not already be charged for.
Just a further question following on from that. My question was really, how many people did respond? And you're saying now it's not a few hundred out of tens of thousands, but more than 51%.
Sorry, Councillor, there were the 2 components. So we have an expressions of interest process, and at the moment we have seen a swell of responses from that community in that area, but that's a standard process that we have. Prior to making this decision, and it was probably my mistake or misunderstanding of the question, prior to the office is putting forward a recommendation to remove these services, Council conducted a wide survey of all bin users across our entire region. It was that survey which garnered less than hundreds of people providing input. However, when it has come to post this decision, we've seen a number of EOIs expressed, although we are yet to, have a more consistent look at those EOIs, and we're hoping that through this process that we will look at these EOIs. We will draw a line probably towards the end of August, have a look at where those people might be located and start the process of trying to expand the curbside collection area in consultation with the first step, which is our contractor.
So, Councillor, just to simplify it, the 51% is basically if there's 100 people, we need 51% to agree, and the remaining 49 who didn't vote are going to be charged that levy. So it's a 50% plus one that gives us the authority to proceed.
Councillor Kerry, does that explain your questioning?
No, I can't debate it.
No, that's perfectly fine. Okay, we've got a couple more. Councillor Bill, Councillor Carroll.
Yeah, thanks, Chair. Through to you, Jake, again. Jake, why wouldn't we just, as per consistency with other parts of the region, when we expand our bin collection service, why wouldn't we just do a targeted survey of this area and rather than add all this other stuff, or, you know, it's sort of, we're boxing at shadows here. Why wouldn't we be consistent with a targeted survey of the area because there's a change and garner that information economically that, you know, staff are already doing in multitudes of other areas?
Through the Chair, Councillor, I was asked to provide some data behind a foreshadowed motion, and I provided that data. If the councillors wish to put something further forwards, we could always look and assess that. So from a departmental perspective, we provided the accuracy based on direction from councillors wishing to look to put this motion forwards.
So is it appropriate, Chair, that I flag that, you know, failing this motion, that we proceed as normal with a targeted survey as per the policies that Council operates with now in the waste management section, and we ask the question, how many people want curbside collection bins?
So I think we might be getting down to an area that we're already doing work in.
Yeah,
and
but
I understand from Rachel's perspective, there's been more than 50 people have already showed an expression of interest in that area. So that is actually happening. So it's in the motion to make sure that it's clear, as I understand it, Councillor, it's clear for residents that it is an additional cost. It's not just you can ask for curbside collection.
Yeah, but I'm under normal process. Okay, it's a given they're already down that track, but I just think we should probably be treating people equitably. And that's my question, Jake, is why wouldn't, and I get that, it's been a request, but on face value, it would seem that, you know, that would be our normal way that we would do it, and those costs would be automatically up front in curbside collection surveys. This is what you're up for. What do you think? Anyway, that was my question. You've answered it, Jake.
So that is, Jake, that based on our session, that is actually what is happening. So I think this was a motion just to make it quite clear. That's right, Trevor. Councillor Carroll.
And thank you, Mr. Chair, because I think that people out there didn't realise that we paid for that particular collection. It's been mentioned here before that there's a lot of amount of people out there that don't pay the levy for the waste facility. And I think that really is unfair. And I think that have we got any idea, through you to Jake, how many, and I guess I know the answer that we don't, but do we have any idea of the amount of people that may not pay their way towards a refuse facility levy? Thank you, because I think that we need to be aware of that because the whole community is picking that up. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Taylor. There are some intricacies around what council can and how council can charge. So when we talk about levies, and I'll look over to my colleague over here in the General Manager of Corporate Services who might have a bit more information than I, factually correctness. But a levy is applied to every ratepayer. A fee is applied to certain components of the ratepayers. When it comes to a bin service, we are not able to levy or charge that fee to a residence that doesn't have an approved dwelling. So if there's nobody living, and that's normal. There are numbers of properties across our region where there are, for instance, agricultural properties that are, where there is not a residence, or there are, broad acre cropping, those sort of components that are parcels of land. We cannot charge a fee when there is no person or dwelling there for which a fee could then be generated. So there is some intricacies in there, and I understand there are some gaps perhaps in the way that happens, but those tend to be across our whole region more of a minority than the majority. Just as there are people that have large blocks without houses that might say recreate on those blocks over a weekend, those sort of bits and pieces, those blocks themselves wouldn't attract this waste fee. What we may see through this process is with the utilisation of the facility, where we might see the utilisation of that facility being above what we would otherwise expect. But if the facility is not open longer, then we may not see that utilisation, if that makes sense. So that is the I believe was the underlying intent of the councillor's motion.
It's about equity, so thank you.
Any other questions, councillors? Councillor Kerry.
Just clarification on what the affected area is. It doesn't sort of refer to, in the motion, there's no reference to what the affected area might be. We know what it is, but it's not there, I don't think.
We could put in the affected areas as a result of the removal of the bins. Would that be reasonable, mover, seconder?
Yeah, you took the words right out of my mouth. Yeah.
Oh, sorry. Okay. You comfortable with that going in there somewhere? Thank you, Deanne. I know a bit of a challenge sometimes on the fly. Any other questions, councillors, in regard to this? Councillor Bill?
Yeah, I'll just throw you to Jake again. Jake, you've piqued my interest, and it mightn't be a question for you actually, but we can only collect a waste levy from residents or properties with a approved residence on. Are we to understand there are possibly those that are dwellings that are not in that category in this area?
This is definitely a question I will attempt, but it is probably better placed with my other colleagues. However, it is, in order to construct a house, an approval should be provided to construct a dwelling for someone to live in that dwelling. However, there are many opportunities for people to have quiet enjoyment of their land, and that may not be through residing in an approved dwelling. While council would like to see people do the right thing or certainly apply that process, there are certain instances where that is not the case. Now, in this particular circumstance, there are opportunities for residents who are enjoying their blocks through non-approved dwellings, but unfortunately, when it comes to rates, we cannot charge a rate fee. We cannot charge it. We can make a charge only to properties that have approved dwellings. We cannot charge fees where there is not an approved dwelling for waste. But there are levies which can be applied unilaterally across all blocks across council, and that's just how our rates and charges, the legislation provides for that in the Act.
Thanks, Jake.
Thanks, Councillor Bill. Be there no further questions, would anyone like to speak against this motion? You want to speak against the motion? So, Councillor Trevor, noting that there has been some small changes agreed by yourself and by Councillor Edwina, Would you like to speak to the motion as the mover?
Can I reserve my right at the end? Or?
You certainly can.
Thank you.
Speaker against the motion, Councillor Carroll.
Thank you, Mr Mayor.
Bless you,
I think whilst I understand the concerns and anxiety of people who've lost these bins, I have to say other areas in our region had skip bins. Other areas in our region had skip bins. These were removed when the waste facility strategy was adopted, except the Millmerran skip bins. I understand and I'm aware that some affected residents don't pay the waste levy that helps to fund the waste facilities. And I ask councillors the question, why should the rest of the region, or the Millmerran community for that matter, fund extra hours for the Millmerran waste facility to allow those who pay nothing to assess the facility for no cost when other areas with higher population don't have those same hours that we are proposing here to use their waste facility? We are asking, is this normal? And I'm very aware, you used to do it in the small councils too, that as the opportunity comes for a curbside bin collection, that happens in the background all the time. And 51% you need to have that. If we're providing extended hours at the Millmerran waste facility for people to go in there and use it for nothing, who's going to put their hand up for curbside collection of their bins when they have to pay $327.42 per annum? That is if they have enough from our provider to establish that service. I suggest that is just, the two are at odds with each other, and I can see no reason why we talk about equity here. The hours that are being proposed here, the township of Clifton and other areas like that, much higher density. Pilton was closed, other areas were closed to in line with our waste strategy. This area should be treated exactly the same. I'm happy for some extended hours at Millmerran and for the questionnaire to go out about the curbside bin collection, but the issue out there is, and it's become very obvious with the emails and letters that we've received, that the perception out there is that people think we get those bins for nothing. We don't, and that's the actual cost. So I think that we're, by extending these hours, by giving precedence to this area, by extended hours that is going to cost every single one in this community money, when some of those people that will be using it don't pay. They have to go to Millmerran to get their groceries. They have to go to Millmerran to get milk and bread and those sorts of things. And the children have to go. So they're accessing the township of Millmerran. And they should be able to provide, to access the waste facility on hours that are reasonable. I think that this is just a bridge too far, and it's going to cost other ratepayers at a time when council is asking much more of them than we have before, and I think that this is just not fair and equitable. I don't agree with the long extent of those hours, and it's giving to one community what we've taken from others, and I think for that reason I can't support it. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Carroll. Now, I want clarification, Councillor Melissa, on something that's been said. Is a clarification?
Well, I think it's a clarification. I'll ask the CEO or the mover of the motion. I do agree with Councillor Taylor in that there's parts of this motion that are at odds with each other. And I'm wondering if we could split the motion, because I believe the operational hours is one motion, and then the, sorry, Dan, can you just scroll down a little bit? Then the expression of interest, thank you, sorry, the expression of interest sought for the curbside bin collection is another motion. I don't think you can actually put them into one motion.
Okay, so
I'm wondering.
That's okay. Well, we've got a mover and a seconder. Yep. Are the mover and seconder of the mind to actually split them into two motions? There's a request come through.
Okay, can you scroll down a little bit more? Because when we get to the end of that page, you get to section 5.
It would be section 4.
Yeah, which would, if...
But when you get to section 5,
Section
you're
5.
advertising at the old sites.
That's right.
You're
You're
new
advertising
operating
both.
hours, so
You're
that would then have
advertising
to be
both
brought
things.
back up into the hours.
Yeah,
And-
1, 2, 3 and 5 would be one motion, and then 4 and 5 would be the other motion.
Other motion.
Well, we just...
No. We'll put the motion as it is.
That's
and-
fine. No, that's... The question was asked and you
then
put forward.
I'm just asking
go
a
from
question
there.
because I can't support that motion
Councillor
as it is.
Melissa,
So thank you.
if you'd like to, you could foreshadow a motion, if this is lost, to do exactly what you're doing. But at the moment, the mover and seconder have said, keep as is.
Because the
Yeah,
thing...
I'll foreshadow that if we
Okay,
can put
that's
that
fine.
forward. Thank you.
So we've had a speaker against. The speaker for the motion, Councillor Edwina.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Councillor Taylor. And look, as Councillor Taylor did comment and note, other communities have had these bins across our region. They have had them removed, everyone except Millmerran. And look, we've all had the feedback, all of us around the table, but Councillor Trevor and I specifically from the community who've had these bins removed of just how upset they are. And I'm speaking here on behalf of Wailara Grove, the 7 communities, and the communities that want bin collection, and by enabling the curbside collection, enabling an expression of interest, will enable those people who do live out there, who are elderly or choose to live there off the grid, but can still they can choose to pay $6.30 a week if they don't want to drive into town. They don't have to drive to Millmerran, so this will enable them the opportunity to have curbside collection. We talk about consistency and equity, and this would bring them in line with the rest of our region. It's not fair, and it hasn't been fair for people across our region, including Clifton, Crow's Nest, Toowoomba, etc., to be paying for Millmerran's bins. And so the reason we've made this decision in the first place, out of our general ratepayers' money, is to remove those bins. But by giving them the option of having curbside pickup and collection is enabling that equity. There's a number of people in our region who don't have curbside collection, who don't have bins. Jake, our general manager, Water and Waste, he drives his rubbish or waste to the bin every, 2 weeks or whenever?
At the moment, Councillor, it's roughly once a month to
There you
Gumbungie.
go. Exactly, once a month. I grew up in the country. I didn't have curbside collection. We managed our own waste. And I think those people who want to manage their own waste can, and those people who want to have curbside collection can, and those people who want to drive it into town. We only had, 3 days, 4 days? For those people who work full-time, I think having a weekend option is certainly something that's required, which is why I support this. And the feedback has been loud and clear. Give the community an option consistent with the rest of the region. If they want the bins, they can request them, pay for them, and have the service. And on that note, I will... And that's it. Thank you, Chair.
Thanks, Councillor Edwina. A speaker against the motion, Councillor Bill.
Yeah, thanks. In the interest of transparency, I have nothing much new to add besides what Councillor Carroll said around equity, except to say that the questions I asked of the General Manager were answered satisfactorily around overservice and the amount of a questionable amount and probably a considerable amount of people who aren't caught within our legislative framework around paying the appropriate fee, which then compounds the issue of further compounds the issue of overservice. And it's definitely not just offering curbside collection, and as Councillor Eddy has stated, there's a whole lot of other, I won't call them initiatives, but expenses that are suggested in this motion. I can't support it. So, thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Bill. Speaker in favour of the motion? No more speakers in favour of the motion. I'll go to you, Councillor Trevor, to sum up.
Thanks, Chair. I should remind everyone the 30-week is a trial. So it's going to test out the community out there whether they want this facility to operate these hours or not, and we come back for a review. The bin is an expression of interest. That will be up to the community out there. There are already people inquiring about it. Whether we get 51 of the 970 or whatever people out there to take it on, that will be up to them. If they want it, they'll ask for it. So we're just going back to the community to get their input, as in, are you going to use the waste facility? If they do, we'll come back in 30 weeks' time and then reassess the hours to suit them. The expression of interest with their bins, that's up to them, but the option is there for them to utilise it. As Councillor Edwina said, it's $6.20. Some people don't like leaving their properties out there. I know that for a fact. So they only got to drop the bin up the end of their driveway and it's taken away if they wish to use it. So the people out there already who are paying, I think, $97.22, it's an extra $230 to have a red and yellow bin at the end of their driveway. And there are other areas within our TRC land where people use waste facilities and they may not pay a fee for it, they just use it. So it's not just this pocket. So just to quell that little misnomer. And Councillor Carroll, I've got the floor, so I'll ask the chair to put the motion.
Thanks, Councillor Trevor. So the motion is there. I don't propose to read it through again. We've gone through it. Can I ask for indication of those in favour of the motion? Please rise. Please put your hand up. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Those against? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Motion is carried. You want your votes recorded? Votes recorded. Councillor Melissa, Councillor Gary, Councillor Carroll, Councillor Bill and Councillor James. Recorded, if we could record those votes. Now, councillors, there is one other item for motion without notice, or general business, I should say. It's the same thing. That motion is from Councillor Gary Gardner. Bailey Garcher, I'd like you to come forward.
I'd like to withdraw it right now.
Withdraw it? Okay, thank you. So that motion's been withdrawn by Councillor Gary, which was a motion without notice. So that's now withdrawn. Thank you. That being the case, councillors, can we I'll call for a motion to adjourn the meeting and return at 1 p.m. Moved by Councillor Rebecca, seconded by Councillor James. Those in favour? Carried unanimously. Thanks, councillors. Back at 1 o'clock. All those. I beg your pardon? 12:30? No, 1 o'clock. Well, councillors, welcome back to our meeting for July. We move to item number 14. Before doing so, I'll make note, because we will be in the closed session, that we do have two declarable conflicts of interest for item 15.1, which is the reason we are going into confidential. Those declarable conflicts of interest are from Councillor Gary and Councillor Rebecca. So for the purposes of being in the open session at the moment, we will be separating that particular item out of the discussions. So councillors Rebecca and Gary can be in the room for other discussions. And then when we return out of closed session, we'll do separate motions. So again, you'll be able to remove yourself for those particular items. Okay, we're all clear for that. So the motion is that the meeting be closed to the public in accordance with section 254J3 of the Local Government Regulation 2012 to consider item 15.1, which is the confidential Chief Executive Officer's monthly report and quarterly legal updates, July 2025. The reason for a closed meeting is that the report contains industrial matters affecting employees, matters that may directly affect the health and safety of an individual or a group of individuals, and legal advice, and therefore it is recommended that the meeting be closed to the public in accordance with sections 254J3B, industrial matters affecting employees, and E, legal advice obtained by the local government or legal proceedings involving the local government, including, for example, legal proceedings that may be taken by or against the local government, and F, matters that may directly affect the health and safety of an individual or group of individuals of Local Government Act Regulation 2012. If someone move that we go into close. Moved by Councillor Trevor. Seconder. Seconder Councillor James. Those in favour? Motion's carried unanimously. We'll then go into closed session. Thank you. Okay, councillors, we are back on, and the first motion that we have is that council note the Chief Executive Officer's advice in relation to the Toowoomba City Aerodrome. Moved by Councillor Carroll, seconded by Councillor Edwina. Those in favour? Carried unanimously. We'll bring Beck and Gary back in yet. Okay, welcome back, Councillor Rebecca and Councillor Gary. The second motion is that council note the remainder of the Chief Executive Officer's advice. Moved by Councillor Rebecca, seconded by Councillor Edwina. Those in favour? Motion's carried unanimously. Thank you. We move now to group reports. And Ed, we welcome you for your first group report. Just over this side here. Thank you. For Planning and Development, group report. Ed Johnson, welcome to you.
Thank you, Chair, and good afternoon, councillors. I'll take the report as read and happy to take any questions that may arise.
Thank you, Ed. Any questions, councillors, for Planning and Development? If not, the motion before us is that the Planning and Development Group report be received. Moved by Councillor Tim, seconded by Councillor Trevor. Those in favour? Motion's carried unanimously. Thank you, Ed. Appreciate that. Our second group report is for 16.2 Water and Waste Services. Jake, welcome back to you.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Good afternoon, councillors. I just wanted to say a thank you from my team to the kind words that were put to the Mayor this morning by the Mayor. The team does appreciate being acknowledged in that way, so thank you very much. I'm happy to take the report as read and take any questions that council might have.
Thanks very much, Jake. So, councillors, the group report for Water and Waste. Any questions? Councillor Trevor?
It's probably a segue question. With solar panels, how do we handle them at our waste facilities? Do people get charged to dump them there?
Good question, Councillor Manteuffel. I will have to take that one on notice and come back to you. I know there are schemes around the place, but I'm not sure if whether we at certain places hold the scheme or hold those panels for them to be pushed onto the scheme. But I'll get the answers to you.
Just the reason for the question, I've seen something Blue Mountains Council have obviously can drop them at their waste facilities for $15 a panel or $20 for a damaged panel, but I'll let you come back to us at some stage with that answer.
Thanks, Councillor Rebecca.
Thanks, Mayor, through you. Thank you for this, General Manager Jake. Just on the attachment on the Cresbrook Dam Safety Improvement Project, and you've got bottom right-hand corner there, a project image from the team members who went to Lake McDonald Dam outside of Noosa, and it's a SEC water project in its early construction phases, the commentary says. So 2 questions. Are they ahead of us or behind us in sort of progress on their work that they have to complete? And secondly, do we know the cost or scale of that project? Is ours a bigger quantum in both senses?
Thank you, Deputy Mayor, for the question. Essentially, it's difficult to suggest where they are being ahead or behind. Their project did start prior to ours, but they have had to look at the effects of climate change and the changing regulations that have occurred around the dam safety guidelines. So they've had to go through some redesign works, but they are working with their construction partner to continue components of construction as much as possible and in the hope that their design will align. But they're certainly making progress, and as I said, it's difficult to determine. They have different contractual methodologies. They've gone to a design, completed that design, and then in the process of executing a construct-only contract. As far as size and scale, the dam itself is considerably smaller than Crestbrook, but the cost of that project is sort of estimated around $500 million, with potential for some works in a northward rate due to escalation and those redesign works that need to be completed. But they are still making progress and attempting to have that project as any dam project completed, but completed with the right solution is always important.
Dare I ask, Jake, how much it's all funded, I guess, as Seqwater dams, it's all funded through the state?
Yeah, so the Seqwater is a government-owned corporation. They produce business cases. I have requested a copy of the business case. I'm yet to see it, but there are business cases that are done for these works. Seqwater then petitions the state government, like other GOCs, for allocation of funding at the state budget.
Thanks, Jake. Any other questions? Councillor Melissa.
Thanks, Chair. Thanks, Jake, for your report. Sorry, General Manager Jake. On that, thank you, Crestbrook Dam, sorry. I need some more coffee. The stakeholder engagement stats that you've got there, and I'm happy to take this on notice, but I'm just just a few questions. The 454 web page hits, are they unique hits? The 76 engagements this month and the 147 stakeholders, probably just want to dive a little bit deeper into that and understand who, what, where and when. As I have said for such a long time, we need to communicate with the community, and I just want to understand what that is looking like. So I'm happy to take it on notice. Thank you.
No, and thank you, Councillor Taylor. I will have to take that question on notice as to whether the hits were distinct hits. I can assure you my team wasn't clicking on the website 454 times, but I'll get that information and make sure that that is clear in future reports.
Very good. Any other questions, councillors? If not, the motion is there before us, which is to council that the Water and Waste Services Group report be received. Moved by Councillor Rebecca, seconded by Councillor Melissa. Those in favour? Motion's carried unanimously. Thank you, Jake. We move then to item 16.3, which is the Infrastructure Services Group report. And welcome, Mike, to you. We'll hand over to you.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Councillors, the group report for Infrastructure Services Group June 2025 is tabled for you. I'm happy to take any questions.
Thanks very much, Mike. Councillor Carroll, a question?
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Busy month, Mike. Just two questions, if I might. The walking network plans, have we got any forward plans to do Oakey? Can I ask you? Because I have been out there, Councillor Kerry and I have been out there, and there's quite a lot of public land along the creek and whatever, and the community, and it may be away, but it'd be good perhaps if we could put them on the next plan.
Yeah,
perhaps.
I think we've completed Oakey.
It's been completed.
It might be 18 months, 2 years ago.
Okay,
Yeah,
I thought actually I
2 years
mentioned that when we were meeting with Eric Donaldson, but nobody out there seems to be aware of it. And I think it may need a bit of tweaking, and we may need to share it or get it shared with some of the groups out there, because some of the ownership of the land has changed around the creek and whatever. But anyway, that's one thing. And the other thing, I just need to make a comment on Mariah Creek and how great it is to see it's been an issue since 2011, and it's great to see the betterment project completed up there, and the residents up there will be very, very pleased about that. Thank you.
Very good. Councillor Edwina.
Thank you, Chair. Thanks, Mike. Just I've got two questions. One is in relation to the lower order roads on page 4 of attachment 1. We've got 1, 2, 3 of them that are now complete. I'm just wondering if we remove those or pop them down to the bottom of the status or take them off? And then I guess part of that question is, do we have other roads in the lineup?
Thank you, Councillor. In respect to the table, this is to the 30th of June, so that's a report that we've kept the same tabulation there for the 12 months. So going forward, there'll be an updated table now for what's happening this financial year. Okay, so those ones that have been completed in 2025 or 24-25, obviously they won't be there. We're getting very close to the final grouping of the roads that Council by resolution gave support to. I gave a council information session late last year on an update on that program. I'll probably be doing that again towards the end of this calendar year, at which time, as we did flag last year, Council was going to assess whether they wish to continue the program beyond the first 5 years. So we'll give Council an overview of later this year on where it's at across the region, and then if there's any other additional roads Council is potentially looking at wanting to include under this program. So, so that'll be towards the end of the year.
Thank you. And second question, just attachment 2, page 3, looking at the applications lodged under Subordinate Law Local number 115. Just that first one there. No, sorry. Sorry, page 2. The first one, which is submitted 18th of December 24, and it's still on there. Is there a reason? Can you just give us a bit of background on that one?
Yeah. These are approved applications, so if you want further information, I'll have to take it as a question without notice if you're after why the timeline took what it did to get approved. Is that the question that you're asking?
Yeah, it just seems quite a long
So I'll take, if I may, I'll take that as a question without notice.
Thank you. Thanks, Mike.
Thank you, Councillor Kerry, then Councillor Trevor.
Yeah, no, thanks, thanks, Judge. I've got a few questions if I could. Firstly, in relation to the report under transport and drainage, the first item, the parking strategy. I note that the draft strategy and surveys are available on the Council's Your Say website until 9 a.m. last Monday. Bearing in mind the articles in the paper, including one today, which the heading is Parking Plan Slam, Drivers Say New Strategy Will Kill Toowoomba CBD. And that followed on the article end of last week, trying to explain what the new strategy was, and the heading was Dynamic Pricing, a Key Strategy and Draft Council Report. And speaking personally, and for other people perhaps in my age group might be the problem, I don't know, but yet another change, and the loss of the 30 minutes free parking is of concern. Just wondering if you could tell us whether you have had an opportunity to look at that Your Say website and see what the results have been and what you might be able to tell us what they are.
Thank you, Councillor, and thank you for sending those couple of queries through last night. We had over 600 responses, which is excellent. We've actually got a council information session next week. Please note that it is a draft parking strategy that's been out for comment, so there's no decisions made by councillors yet. So we're still working through that. So there's a mix of issues coming through. Some of, as you've mentioned, have sort of been picked up by the paper. So that will be part of discussions with council as we present the outcomes of the consultation that we've had. And obviously, post that, there will be eventually a report to council.
Thank you, and no doubt of the 600, you'll be able to give us a bit of a breakdown of those who are in favour and those who might have been critical of it, and the nature of the criticisms as well. Yeah, thank you.
Yep.
The next one, if I might, is the public transport levy. I raised this because it was raised along with the quantum of our rates increase at the Oakey Chamber of Commerce meeting last week. And the question was, well, why are we being hit with a public transport levy when we don't have any public transport? It's an issue that we were aware of, and internally at least, and I think publicly we've tried to address that, but clearly the message that we're trying to send out hasn't been understood or received by a lot of people living in country towns particularly. I was wondering whether or not there will be anything further done to convey the reasons for that move, and what prospects of improvement or of initiation of public transport there might be for country areas in the future. Bearing in mind, I think the idea is to consolidate, as I understood it, to consolidate these funds with a view to one day having public transport, for example, to Oakey and back.
Thank you, Councillor. Council's aware that in June, a report came to the ordinary meeting in June where we've taken forward some of the 6 key initiatives with the public transport levy. One of those, well, definitely one of those is to look at how we provide public transport opportunities in our towns, our regional areas, and how we can expand on that. One of the key reasons we've got the levy is because we don't have public transport in these areas. The only way that we can get public transport eventually into these areas of some sort is actually have some funding that actually can support that. So as a key initiative is to very much look at our regional towns and how we can actually encourage, be it private sector or whatever sector, to be it TransLink or other private sector opportunities, to bring public transport more to the fore. There's been different initiatives over the years from some of these communities, but this is going forward, we'll look at that in a bit more detail. This month, we've just kicked off. We've got the half FTE from TransLink on board, starting to work on this work, and we're hoping to have our consultant contractor working with us very shortly, so that we can get moving forward. Obviously, a big lump of the work is around the TransLink urban services, but I assure yourselves and the community out there that we're very much looking at what can also be offered into the regions, and we have flagged a few of those different sort of examples to council previously in different information sessions. So going forward, we'll keep council up to date with a few ideas as they develop further.
I appreciate that, and that sounds positive. I'm just wondering whether, even though no final outcome is ready at this stage, whether some idea of the progress being undertaken could be conveyed to the media in those country towns to help them understand why we have named this amount of money the public transport levy, and the work that you've just indicated as being undertaken is on the pathway towards ultimate, hopefully some good news for country people. Just so basically, I'm saying, can we, even at this stage, communicate with the local newspapers along, or perhaps the mayor might put out a press release updating the progress being made or something of that nature. It would be helpful because it's not an issue that's sort of gone away. And finally,
sorry.
Just in regard to that, Jason's here. Councillor Kerry, Jason is here. We also have an opportunity to actually explain that a little clearer on our rates notice, which is where it will appear. But the very reason that you've been getting phone calls, as we all have, around we don't have any public transport, is the very reason why we need to get to the table with some dollars, and that's what we've done. You can hear from the GM that things are moving, and they will take some time. However, we're actually moving. It's the first time I've known for 12 years, at the very least, that things are moving. So maybe if we explain that in a press release, follow that up with some information on the rates notice to explain it a bit more clearly, that may help.
I was very heartened by what you and the General Manager have said, and particularly heartened by the actions that you personally took with the current Minister and with the former Minister in relation to the idea of converting that biosecurity fund to the public transport, with the idea of enticing, if you like, or encouraging the respective previous government and the current government to come in on something along the lines that we would like to see. If I could just finally, the heading under federal black spot, and sort of aroused because of the Cooya Creek bridge situation, which we already talked about this morning. But I noticed that the nominations currently expire on the 11th of July, and I'm just inquiring as to what nominations, if any, that we put in.
Thank you, Councillor. We've put in 5 nominations as of the end of last week. There's Long and Stephen Street, safety improvements in South Toowoomba. There's Lindsay Street, safety improvements. They're in around Campbell Street and back towards East State School along Lindsay Street. There's Mount Jockey Road, a couple of curves up there at Ravensbourne. Western Spring Street intersection improvements and Western Stenner Street intersection improvements. So those are the 5 projects that have, and we presented a council information session on those last month to give council a bit, we're giving them a bit more detail, but those are the 5 key ones.
Thank you for that. In terms of the Cooya, which is a New England highway, therefore a state responsibility as opposed to ours, if not a federal one too, but certainly a state one. Is the state able to apply for black spot as well? And is that a suggestion we could make to them to hurry things along?
They tend, in regards to on their state road network, they tend to have a Safe Road Sooners program, which is from a lot of their fines, like speeding camera fines and stuff like that they've drawn revenue from for many years. And one of the commitments of the state, and I think it's been bipartisan, has been to put funding from those sort of fines into safety improvements on the state road network. Just note, the New England Highway south of Toowoomba has some level of federal funding put to it, but the New England Highway north of Toowoomba is state highway only, state government only.
Thanks, Councillor Sean. Councillor Trevor.
Thanks, Chair. Kerry did ask about the black spot funding, but I'll carry on with that one a little bit more. Was Wellcamp considered, the Acton Vale Road, the Wellcamp Road there, put up or considered?
Yes, we brought in our council information session, we flagged to council that area, and I know it's a lot to remember. And at this stage, because of where their localities tend to really be impacted by Toowoomba Cecil Plains Road. Okay, so again, that's a state road. As I've mentioned then, TMR are in a planning phase in regards to that section of Toowoomba Cecil Plains Road through that area. And I'm actually catching up with them later this week on a number of matters, and I'll see where that planning is up to and how much longer that they think that'll take. But it's a lot of what we would like to do or see improved there has to come off the back of whatever work they do and what the key intersections are going to be upgraded in that section, like O'Mara's Road, and talked about Toowoomba and Heineman Road intersections, which are being a state road going through there. They are then state funded, the intersections are.
Thanks, Chair Mike. I'd like to have an update when you've got that information back. It'd be great. Second question, probably take it on notice. Can we have an upgrade on our graders? How often they are used, how often they sit in the depot, how many hours they get used before they get traded in, all that type of stuff. Because I believe we've got graders sitting around that don't do anything. They should be out there grading roads. That's what they're designed for. That's what they used to do years ago. But yeah, I'd just like an update to see where all that is at. Thank you.
I'm happy to take this question without notice, and we'll get to the details, but can I assure you that we are, as a team, utilising the plant and equipment council has made available to us. So I just ask for caution in, sort of the suggestion there that it's sitting there not being used. And I can assure you that we have met industry average utilisation for many years, and I'll bring back some information.
Thank you, Mike. Thank you for doing that. Just want clarity, that's all. Thank you.
It might be something you could just through an email correspond it to Mike rather than anything further than that. Any other questions for ISG? If not, the motion there before us is that the Infrastructure Services Group report be received. Moved by Councillor Carroll. Seconder. Councillor Trevor. Those in favour? Motion's carried unanimously. Thank you. We move then to Environment Community Services and welcome GM Nick. Welcome to you, Nick.
Thank you, Mayor. Good afternoon, councillors. Councillors, the group report for the Environment Community Services Group is included in your agenda papers. Take that report as read and happy to answer any questions that you might have.
Thanks very much, Nick. Any questions, councillors? If there's no questions, the motion before us is that the Environment Community Services Group report be received. Moved by Councillor James. Seconded by Councillor Tim. Those in favour? Motion's carried unanimously. Thank you, Nick. We then move to Corporate Services, the group report for the month of July. Welcome, Anne-Marie. Or welcome back, I should say.
Thank you. Good afternoon, councillors. Happy to take the report as read and take any questions.
Thank you, Anne-Marie. Any questions, councillors, in regard to the Corporate Services Group report? If there's no questions, the motion before us is that the Corporate Services Group report be received. Moved by Councillor Tim, seconded by Councillor Melissa. Those in favour? Motion's carried unanimously. Thanks very much, Anne-Marie. Appreciate that. Well, councillors, that does conclude the meeting. Thank you again to those who have joined us in the room and those that are online. I do appreciate it. Again, Sal, welcome to you. And thank you for everyone's attendance and being part of today. I do appreciate it. That concludes the meeting. Thank you.